Maxwell. I left the letter in your office, okay?
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank you for your patience. I will call the City Council meeting of August 14th, 2025 to order at 9:14 a.m. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Perea.
Here.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Vang.
Present.
Councilmember Richardson.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Arias.
Presente.
And Council President Carbasi.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next is the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. For the Pledge of Allegiance, we will be having Councilmember Nick Richardson. For the invocation, Bishop Tobias Bookings from the Bethesda Churches. Bishop, if you'd please come forward.
Would everyone please stand? Dear gracious Father, we bless you and glorify you for giving us another day that you've made. And we bless you for this gathering of leaders who are coming together to strategically move our city forward. We ask that you would give clarity, give understanding, give, dear Lord God, when there's a need for conflict, let conflict be done with grace. And Lord, allow for the discussion to move us forward. We bless you, Lord, for our leader of this city, our mayor. Bless him, strengthen him. We thank you for our president, Lord, our board president. Thank you, Lord. Strengthen him, give him insight and direction. Bless the people of this city, Lord. Bless our first responders, all of those who work in concert to make Fresno a great city. When it's all said and done, let this meeting bring forth fruit and let it be an establishment, Lord, for the next move that we need to make. Bless Fresno, and we thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor, and thank you, Councilmember Richardson. Okay, City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from today's agenda?
There are, but first a few quick announcements. We do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom, as well as ASL translation and closed captioning. And we do have Spanish in-house translators that will now let the audience know their services.
Good morning. My name is Hayed. My colleague Jasmine and I are your in-person Spanish interpreters from Focus Interpreting. If you are in need of Spanish interpretation, we have headsets available, and you can find us towards the back of the auditorium. Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Jael, mi colega Jasmine y yo somos de parte de Focus Interpreting. Seremos sus intérpretes de español y si usted está en necesidad de una interpretación, tenemos disponible unos dispositivos para usted. Si gusta que le ayudemos, nos puede encontrar hacia el fondo del auditorio. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. And announcements and corrections to be read into the record. First off, the invocation was, of course, given by Bishop Tobias Brookins from the Bethesda Churches. We also have consent calendar item 2A, that is ID 25-1096, regarding approval of the minutes. For the minutes of July 17th, 2025, the following two sentences should be added to the contested consent calendar item 2J. Those sentences are Council Member Vang motion to approve the item as presented. The motion died for lack of a second. Also, as a change to the or correction to be read into the record, item 2K, that is file ID 25-1058, regarding annexation application P25-00756, the resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to initiate the annexation is subject to mayoral veto. Also, consent calendar item 2L, that is file ID 25-1060, regarding the annexation application P25-00757, the resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to initiate the annexation is subject to mayoral veto on that item as well. Now we have a few items removed from the agenda. First, we have proclamation ID 25-996. That is the California Fresh Farmers Market Association River Park Farmers Market proclamation. That item is being removed from this agenda and will return on August 28th. That has been moved by Councilmember Richardson. We also have the 9:15 a.m. number 2 item, that is file ID 25-1017, the hearing considering adoption of a resolution designating a property to the local register of historic resources. That was moved to the September 11th meeting at 9:15 a.m. at the request of the property owner. Then we finally have the 9:20 a.m. ID 25-1026. That is the hearing to consider annexation application P21-05778, pre-zone application P21-05870. That item was moved to September 25th at 9:20 a.m. by staff. I have no further changes to the agenda.
Thank you so much, City Clerk. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from the consent for discussion? We will go in order, starting with Councilmember Perea.
Council President, is this the time to also disclose a conflict?
Well, is it regarding the?
It's regarding a timed item.
That will be, yes, you can do that now. Thank you.
Okay. I do have a conflict with file ID number 25-1008, 9:15 a.m. number 1 item. The consultant on the item is Quadnoff, the consulting firm involved in this project, and QK or Quadnoff is a source of income and a business interest of mine. Therefore, I will be recusing myself from the 9:15 a.m. number 1 item.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Moving on, Councilmember Maxwell? Okay. Councilmember Bang? None. Okay. Councilmember Richardson?
None.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza? All right. We're on a roll. Let's see if we can keep going. Council Vice President?
I'm sorry, Council President, to disappoint. I'd like separate discussion on item 2B as in boy, 2F as in Frank, and 2R.
2B as in, let's say Bredefeld for fun. 2F as in Frank, and 2R as in Romeo? Got it. Okay. And I, of course, have none at this time. So is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by the Council Vice President. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Esparza. Okay. All right. Any opposition? There being none, the motion to approve the agenda as amended passes 7-0. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to our favorite part of the meeting, and that is the ceremonial presentations. We're going to go in order. First, we have a proclamation for Marek Warszawski Day, and the sponsor is Council Vice President Arias.
So, Council President and City Council, I don't know if it's officially known, but Marek will be officially retiring from the Fresno Bee after more than 25 years as a local journalist and a pillar of holding local government accountable. His writing has been at times humorous, heartfelt, and most of the time very heavy on accountability, especially for those of us in public service. He's given voice to everyday residents and has held people in power accountable at all levels of government. But he's also made it a point to remind us all that parks and sidewalks still matter and they're worth fighting for on a daily basis, especially in terms of investment. But before we go deeper, I want to give you some highlights. And I don't mean to give anyone here PTSD, but there's some highlights of Marek's articles in holding this chamber accountable. So, starting off with, I'll do the mayor last because he tends to get a big head. And for the purpose of this presentation, I'll just read the title, which I know you don't fully control. It's more of the folks, but shifting power dynamics on the Fresno City Council can be explained by the jungle law. That was a classic. District attorney exposes her political bias by putting target on a Fresno City Council member. I'm sure we know who that's about. Nick Richardson didn't need a, quote, sugar daddies to win Fresno City Council race. He's free to serve. You will not be, unfortunately, around for him to do the other kind of stories, but congratulations, Nick. Boring is back at City Hall as council members take a break from mudslinging. Council Member Maxwell. Shelter in place. Don't tell that to these publicity-hungry Fresno politicians. Little reference to the pandemic and press conferences. That included the mayor, too. Fresno City Council puts power and egos before public service with a 70% salary bump. You guys remember that debate?
I was right, though.
Yes, yes. It's the nice thing about being an opinion writer. You're always right. Despite drain on city finances, Fresno had no choice but to play ball with Major League Baseball. Fresno took the cheap route in protecting Fulton Street art. Now sculptures are mangled. Fresno leaders treat asylum seekers like human beings, not political pawns. Appreciation for that observation. The Tower Theater purchase is a major flex for Fresno's progressive city council majority. That was a little heavy lift. And finally, where's the guy with the biggest ego? There he is. I doubted Jerry Dyer would be a great mayor for Fresno. I was wrong. Well, the story isn't complete yet. The story isn't complete yet. He's still got a few more years. Yeah. So in closing, as we celebrate his retirement, I want to make a point to emphasize that our roles here, although is to be guardians and keepers of our city and to leave it better than we found it, is also one where we expect accountability, oversight, and scrutiny. And you have always been fair, you have been critical, you have pushed us to think differently, and you have held us to a much higher standard. And that's why I continue to appreciate the value of the free press and the media outlets here. And that's why I'll continue to honor journalists, even those who at times not the shiniest examples of who we are, but hold us to a much higher standard of who we could be as leaders and as a city. So for your years of service, Mark, thank you. And I don't know who's going to take over your spot, but I'm glad I won't be in these chambers to get another round of opinion articles. Here you go.
Wow, okay. I don't have a whole lot to say except just thank you to Councilmember Arias, the rest of the City Council, Mayor Dyer, and members of his administration, and just for all the people over the years that have read or engaged with my columns. I mean, this is all about, I've always felt that my bosses, the people I'm writing for, were the readers of the Fresno Bee and the members of the community here. That's who I was accountable to, and I never forgot that. But thank you for this honor.
Mayor, you want to come up? And just a last point from me, Marek, is as council members, elected officials, we all get quite a bit of scrutiny and quite a bit of criticism. But it's fair to say that no one else in this community gets more criticism than opinion writers. I know you two get quite a bit of criticism on both sides, so I appreciate you hanging in there for so long and making sure that we all do better on a daily basis. And enjoy your retirement, and I hope to see you in the audience during public comment someday.
Yeah, let me just say a few things about Marek. Whether we like what he writes or not, we know that what he writes, oftentimes we need to hear. And that includes us as elected officials. There's been many times he's written something where I needed to hear it. And it actually, I hate to say this, but now he's retiring, it influenced the direction that I went as the mayor. And I think that holds true with a lot of the elected officials here. Opinions do matter in our community. We don't know everything as elected officials. In fact, generally, we don't know as much as we think we know. And it isn't until people share their opinions with us, whether it's a community member or an opinion writer, that allows us to go in the direction that we really need to go as a community. So I appreciate you, Marek. I really, really do. I know we've had a few discussions over the years, but all in all, I respect you. I told you that on the email. I appreciate you. And I know your heart was always in it for the right reason. You believe in Fresno. You love Fresno. And we love Fresno, too, and we're in it together. So thank you very much for your service. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Arias, if I may. Sure. Mark, I hope for your mental health you don't read the Facebook comments on Fresno Bee Post. I want to say just thank you, Mark. I think that two phrases that come to mind when I think of you are tough but fair, and also boots on the ground. You've always been willing to ask the hard questions that others are unwilling to. Going back to my city council campaign when I interviewed in front of you, I mean, you asked me some really tough and direct questions and really helped me think about what was important to me and why I was doing what I was doing. But even after coming into office, boots on the ground. You've come out to Cary Park multiple times to talk about what some may perceive as minor issues out there, but to you they were important, and getting the word out there, whether it was writing Fresno facts around for an entire day to get an understanding of what it's like to be somebody that has no other means of transportation. You covered a street in my district that most people probably never give a second thought to, but for those neighbors it was important because the last time it was paved, LBJ was president of the United States, and you went out there multiple times to talk to the neighbors, and I think that really shows how committed you are to the position, how committed you are to the city of Fresno. I just want to say thank you for your service. I think Fresno owes you a debt of gratitude, as does this council and administration. So thank you, and best of luck to you, Mark.
Whereas Marek Warszawski, a Bay Area native and graduate of the University of California, Davis, has spent his career committed to the core values of journalism, truth, accountability, and public service while bringing variation, humor, and heart to every story he told. Whereas Marek has served as a bold voice in Central Valley journalism for over 25 years, beginning his tenure at the Fresno Bee in 1998 and becoming one of the region's most respected and widely read columnists. And whereas Marek's columns have addressed some of the Central Valley's pressing issues, elevated the stories of everyday residents, exposed injustice, highlighted long-standing environmental and equity concerns, celebrated progress, and challenged civic leaders to do better, all with a unique voice that readers have trusted for decades. And whereas his work has resonated deeply with the community, including his emotional column, When My Cat Reached the End, Fresno-based mobile veterinarians provide in-home comfort, touching the hearts of readers with its vulnerability and grace. And whereas his thoughtful analysis in Fresno Parks Are Slowly Turning the Corner provided hope and reflection on the city's evolving investment in public spaces, capturing the shared desire for a better quality of life in every neighborhood. And whereas Marek's retirement marks the end of a remarkable chapter in local journalism, but his influence will continue
capturando deseos compartidos por una jubilación de Marek marca el final de un capítulo.
Sorry for that. But his influence will continue to be felt in every civic conversation he helped shape, every policy he helped scrutinize, and every reader he inspired to care a little more about their city. And whereas Marek Warszawski has set a high standard for what it means to be a journalist in Fresno, fearless, fair, and fiercely rooted in community, now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim August 14th, 2025 to be Marek Warszawski Day in the city of Fresno.
Okay, excellent. Our next proclamation will be for Immunization Awareness Month, and the council member Esparza is the sponsor. You have the floor, sir.
Hey, I want to invite our friends from UCSF Mobile Hill Team to come on up. So good morning to all. Great to have you here with us at City Hall this morning. It's my pleasure to present this proclamation for Immunization Awareness Month to the UCSF Mobile Hill Team who are here with us today. Immunizations are really one of the greatest achievements in the history of medicine. They prevented roughly 4 to 5 million deaths worldwide annually. They have virtually eliminated diseases like polio here in the United States and reduced the incidence of measles by about 99% since the MMR vaccine was introduced. And so for those who are vaccinated, the worst effects of preventable diseases are often generally avoided entirely. protecting not only themselves, but also children, seniors, and those with weakened immune systems. And so my love for vaccines was really put on full display during the tough times of the pandemic and tough decisions that had to be made at that time. But vaccines, truly are, they're not just a public health tool. They're also a very powerful economic engine. As an economist, I can tell you that for every dollar invested in childhood immunizations, at least here in the United States, returns about $10.90 in societal savings. That's because according to the CDC, between 1994 and 2018, just alone in that time period, vaccines saved our country about $406 billion in direct medical costs and $1.8 trillion in just broader societal costs. And so that's fewer missed school days, more people able to go to work, and fewer healthcare resources spent fighting preventable diseases, at least. And so here in Fresno County, we're actually leading by example because 95.6% of our kindergartners here in the county are fully vaccinated, which beats the statewide average of about 93.7%, which reaches the critical herd immunity thresholds to keep our community healthy at large. And so as both a parent and a council member, I encourage every resident to speak with their healthcare provider, stay up to date on vaccinations, and really help protect our most vulnerable neighbors out there. And the UCSF Mobile Heal Team is showing us what leadership in health and healthcare looks like, and healthcare outreach looks like. And it's really my privilege to recognize their tireless work in making sure life-saving vaccines reach every corner of our community. So again, thank you for the great work that you've been doing, and we thought it was very fitting and appropriate for you folks to receive the proclamation this year. So, Dr. Bond, I'm going to give you a few minutes to say a few words.
Of course. Thank you so much, Councilmember Esparza. First off, I want to thank Councilmember Esparza, but also Mayor Dyer, as well as all the senior members in particular who really were forward-thinking on vaccine awareness when the pandemic hit. Those who were here that actually sponsored and helped Mobile Heal launch and expand to respond during the pandemic times. You guys actually enabled us to deliver over 100,000 vaccines in Fresno County, all free of charge to all residents, regardless of where you lived, if you had pay, what your insurance was. And I really thank the council and the mayor for thinking forward about how to best respond in a public health crisis. So first off, my deep gratitude for you guys. Secondly, this is, of course, Vaccine Awareness Month. And I love the statistics you put forward. Besides the amount that we do, vaccines in today's world have become, unfortunately, highly politicized, mis- and disinformed in today's world. We can talk all about the individual cases, but you give examples like polio, measles, which at a time was essentially wiped out out of the U.S., and shockingly have now come back. We had 2 cases in Tulare. We had some in Madera that we had to take care of that we actually tested and found with the county with them. So this is unfortunate because we're in a world where public health has become politicized, but we want to know that you should think about vaccines in the way that you think about riding a bicycle and wearing a helmet, putting a seatbelt on when you get in a car. These are public safety things that are very well established, show that they have much greater aptitude and efficacy in keeping people safe, keeping people working, keeping kids back in school. And we hope that the City Council continues to show the support for public health and the education programs here in the Valley, because we're here to help improve the health of the Valley. So thank you so much to everyone here.
Thank you, Dr. Bond, and thank you to the team for being out here. Again, it's my pleasure to present to you with the Immunization Awareness Month proclamation here in, what month are we in now? This is August 2025, losing track of time.
Councilmember Esparza, have you been vaccinated?
I have. I've got them all. I'm going to get my flu shot maybe end of September, try and hit that peak the season. Clerk, could you please read the proclamation?
Happily.
For the record.
Whereas vaccinations are a proven, safe, and cost-effective tool to proactively safeguard public health, prevent disease, and shield patients from the debilitating effects of vaccine-preventable illness. And whereas scientists have developed vaccines to prevent more than 30 life-threatening diseases, vaccinations have a greatly reduced mortality rates by eradicating diseases like smallpox and have significantly reduced infections of meningitis, polio, and rubella. And whereas studies estimate immunization efforts have saved millions of lives over the last 50 years, the World Health Organization has shown that immunization is the single greatest contribution of any health intervention. And whereas across Fresno this month, parents are enrolling children in school, older students are beginning college, and the healthcare community is preparing for the coming flu season, making August a particularly good time to focus on community attention on the value of immunization. And whereas vaccines not only protect individuals, but also stop illnesses from spreading to families, neighbors, classmates, and coworkers. They especially protect the most vulnerable, such as infants, elders, and immunocompromised people, from suffering the worst effects of preventable diseases. And whereas, although no vaccine is 100% effective, they are one of the best ways to keep ourselves and the community safe. Immunization Awareness Month encourages engagement with parents, healthcare providers, community-based organizations, and educational institutions to improve vaccination rates among people of all ages. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, Councilmember Nelson Esparza, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the month of August 2025 Immunization Awareness Month in the city of Fresno.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember Esparza. Great job, and thank you, Dr. Bond, for all you do. Before we move on to Councilmember reports and comments, I do have a request. I'm going to make a motion to reconsider the agenda. If I can get a second on that. Second. Okay. Is there any opposition to reconsidering the agenda? There being none, it passes 6-0. I'm going to make a motion to actually move item. I didn't have my Wheaties this morning, so got my letters mixed up. To move item 2R as in Romeo back to the consent calendar. And that is my motion.
Second.
Thank you, Councilman Richardson. Any opposition to that item? Okay.
City Council?
Yes, sir.
Council President and City Attorney? I'm going to abstain on this. Do I need to provide an attachment as to the reason why?
You don't have to justify your abstention.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So the motion is to put item 2R back onto the consent calendar. Any opposition? 2? Okay.
One abstention.
So the motion passes with 3 in support, 2 opposed, and 1 abstention. Is that a City Clerk?
Abstain counts towards the quorum, so it's 3-3. So we have 3 yeses, 2 noes, and 1 abstained, but the quorum is based off of 6, and you need a majority of the quorum.
Okay.
Motion
fails.
Yeah.
Okay, then that will remain on the calendar. Do we need to have another motion for the balance of the? Let's just confirm. Give us a moment, folks.
That's how I call it.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry for the delay. We're going to move on. So there were no changes to the agenda, so we're going to move forward with the remainder of the meeting. We're going to start with council member reports and comments. Okay, we're going to start with council member Maxwell. I'm sorry, council member Esparza. Ready to go? Okay.
Okay, I'll go.
Councilmember Richardson's ready to go. Thank you.
Aye, Council President. District 6 will take the lead on this one. All right, good morning from District 6. We have recently begun publishing all of our monthly recaps in the 4 most prominent languages in the city to much positive feedback. So expect that if you're a District 6 resident or just nosy and like to know what's going on up there, you're welcome to read it in all 4 of those languages now. Secondly, I want to thank my neighbors, our Mansionette neighbors who are located up there just south of Nice, for coming out and having a great town hall where we heard from Hart, PD, Neighborhood Watch, planning, you name it, they were all out there to provide answers to some of the questions that you had and solve some of the problems that you relayed to us, because that is government's most basic function. And then finally, our next quarterly town hall will be taking place in early September. So all of those neighbors who live along Friant up in northwestern District 6, northern part of the city, stay tuned for that. We're going to bring all the experts in there again, and we're expecting to have a great crowd for our September town hall, which should be taking place at one of the nearby elementary schools. Council President, that's all I have at this time.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. We have Councilmember Maxwell up.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of quick updates. I want to thank our Parks Department. We were able to get the upgrades completed at the Cary Park Hockey Rink. It's one of our most utilized amenities at Cary Park. We have several leagues that go out there and play hockey. So thank you to Director Aguirre and everybody else who was part of making those improvements that we've been working on for some time. On August 8th, my team had the opportunity to go to Campus Point and help provide over 3,000 students with back-to-school supplies. Children will be going back to school in Fresno Unified and Clovis Unified here this week and next, as well as Fresno State next week. And so we were really honored to partake in that event. We will also be at Fresno State on August 26th, giving coffee to students returning for fall semester at Fresno State. So if you are a student, please join us in the amphitheater on August 26th for some Fuel for Fall activities. Those who weren't able to attend this past week, we did a groundbreaking on the Fresno's first ever citywide senior center. This is something that has been talked about for literally over a decade, providing a dedicated space for Fresno seniors to do things like arts and crafts, dance lessons, aerobics. We're going to have pickleball, bocce ball, a heated swimming pool, health, nutrition, and meal programming. It's going to be 35,000 square foot facility. It's going to be available to all seniors over 60 in the city of Fresno with an expected completion date of fall of 2027. This was a large investment from the city of Fresno, but one that we found worthy of such a large investment. All in, we put $41 million towards this project. That included land acquisition, that included design, and also construction. And so I want to thank everybody, the mayor's office, planning and development, parks, everybody who had a hand in bringing this to fruition. It's taken many years, and I know there's been a lot of folks kind of frustrated with the length of the process, but thank you everybody for your patience, and we hope to really deliver a true state-of-the-art facility to all of our seniors in fall of 2027. As far as my last announcement, at our last council meeting, we had an item on the agenda regarding some paving projects throughout the city of Fresno. The contractor was Cal Valley Construction. At the time, I had expressed a desire to have seen some things done differently and maybe even a little bit better in some areas. But the owners of Cal Valley Construction were gracious enough to reach out to me and invite me to have lunch with them and explain their process to me. And I just wanted to put it on the record that I appreciate their graciousness in reaching out to me and educating me on their process, and look forward to talking to them again soon. Thank you, Council President. Those will be all my remarks.
Thank you, Council Member. We're going to go to District 1, Councilmember Perea.
Thank you, Council President. This summer was extremely busy for District 1. A few of my staff members are here in the audience, and so I just want to express my gratitude and give my thanks for everyone who participated in Movies in the Park event, in one of our Art After Dark events, in one of our Beautify Fresno cleanup events, or one of my staff members who participated in either a certificate presentation or a proclamation presentation. I took a few weeks off this summer to be at home with my new little ones, and so just want to give extra kudos to my staff for stepping in and carrying the torch forward. Not a single call in District 1 went unanswered, and that's just because I learned very early on that I'm only as good as the people I surround myself with. And so I made it a point to hire really good people to fill my shoes in my absence. And so just thank you to my team for stepping in and fulfilling that work. And then I just want to also mention that sometimes it's really difficult to find good friends in this line of work. And I have to say that my wife and I found a really good friend, and that was Henry Thompson, our former airports director. Henry very quickly became a close family friend to us, from our out-of-town trips to our morning brunches in the Tower District. His friendship and heart was unmatched, and his death was very unexpected and untimely, and he will be greatly missed. Most importantly, I have to acknowledge the fact that Henry was one of the few people that checked in on us during our pregnancy just about every week. He was always asking what the latest update was, what her symptoms were, and how the babies were developing. And so I'm torn that Henry did not get the chance to meet my son and daughter, but he did get to meet my stepson, and my stepson took a very quick liking to Henry Thompson. And so I was not able to make it to his funeral services a couple weeks back, but I did just want to make it a point to acknowledge Henry as not just an airports director, but more importantly as a friend to myself and to my wife. And so he will be greatly missed, but we will continue to make sure that his spirit is alive and well in our great city. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you for your comments, Councilmember Perea. Next, we're going to move on to Council Member Vang.
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi, and good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us on this Thursday morning here at City Hall. D5 have a few comments since our last regular council meeting. We participated in a citywide community cleanup at Fresno Pacific University. We had over 100 volunteers that day to pick up trash around Fresno Pacific University, so thank you to the volunteers who came out. We also attended the groundbreaking of Calwa Park's renovation project, and I believe there are some members of that here in the audience here today too, so thank you very much for inviting us to be part of that groundbreaking at Calwa Park. We also attended a backpack giveaway hosted by the Asian Business Institute Research Center at Sunnyside Heights. Again, it was in the evening. The temperature was around 105. There were a lot of people who came out with their students, and so thank you to ABERT for that invitation. And we had 3 press conferences, and we also participated in the Cesar Chavez repaving project from Cedar to Chestnut. Thank you, Mayor, for inviting us to be part of that press conference. There was another press conference that we did. We were part of the new bus route that runs along Church Avenue from southwest Fresno to southeast Fresno. Again, Mayor, thank you very much for inviting D5 to be part of that ribbon cutting ceremony. And now that there's a bus public transportation that runs through southeast to southwest Fresno, students at Sanger West can travel all the way to Edison High, or Edison High students, if they want to go to Sanger West, have the public transportation coming through the southeastern and southwestern corridor of the city. And we also, later today, we'll talk about the 49-acre park, and so we propose a name for that park as well. We also tour Producer's Dairy, and it is remarkable to see how milk is produced, how it is processed, bottled in a sense, and shipped to your store. And so having that tour with Producer's Dairy, you can actually see the raw material that comes into the plant, how it's pasteurized, how it's processed, and then how it's shipped to your store is amazing. My team and I also attended the National Night Out, hosted by the East Fresno Boys and Girls Club. Again, there was people who were there. Our police did the cooking. My office supplied the food, but the police department, which is housed next door, provided the barbecue for the members of the community who came out that evening. And finally, we realized that school is just around the corner for most school districts, and so for the last week or so, my office has focused on school. And I want to thank Robert Golden of Golden Charter Academy inviting us to the first day of school a few days ago. This is a charter school, and it has almost 500 students from TK to 7th grade. And to see the look of the students and to see the faces of perhaps the kindergarten and first graders excited to come back to school is realizing that, yes, we are in that time of the year where students are coming back to school. And I want to say thank you to Councilmember Esparza for relaunching the City Council's Education Subcommittee. So we had our first meeting in almost 3 years last week, and this subcommittee comprised of the school districts within the jurisdiction of this city, which is Fresno Unified, Clovis Unified, Sanger Unified, Central Unified, and the State Center Community Colleges. And so the reason behind that is, yes, the city has its job to do, but at the same time, we cross-cut with these 5 educational jurisdictions in our city, and so we want to partner with them and work with them because our constituents and the people who we serve are the people who they also served. So thank you very much, Councilmember Esparza, for restarting the Education Subcommittee. And I am a member of that representing City Council, and my colleague to my left here, Councilmember Richardson, is also a member of this subcommittee. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you for serving on this subcommittee. My office had 2 backpack giveaways this past week. One was yesterday, and one was this past Saturday. The Saturday was at Balderas Elementary School, and yesterday was at Ayer Elementary. I want to thank the principals of both respective school sites and their staff for coming out, opening their doors for us and for members of the community and our students to have the availability to receive free backpacks and to receive school supplies. In total, we gave away about 900 backpacks to 900 students, and there were about 300 families who came through to utilize the free backpack giveaway. And I want to thank our sponsors who worked with us to make these 2 events possible. And that's Big Brothers and Big Sisters, PG&E, Fancher Creek Neighborhood, Producers, Mid-Valley, EECU, and the CRMC, Regional Community Hospital, who partnered with us to make the backpack giveaway possible. And I want to thank the volunteers. We can have the partners, we can have the ideas, the visions, we can have the space, but without the numerous volunteers to help us in 102, 103 degrees would not be possible. So I want to thank the volunteers who came out to these 2 events to help us give away backpacks to approximately 900 students. And last but not least, I want to thank my staff. I have a staff of 4, and functions of this magnitude requires a lot of planning and a lot of hands-on that day. So with the staff of 4, we almost could not make it, and I realized that perhaps in the future we'll probably need more staff than just 4. So maybe in the future we'll hire more staff to plan more and bigger events. And that is all I have, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vang. Just a disclosure, so if you do want to make a comment today, we do take these comment cards. Now, a lot of you folks have done a great job of putting the subject matter in there. But if you don't put a subject matter in there, I'm going to assume it's unscheduled communication, which could be heard at any time of the meeting. Just a disclaimer. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to Council Member Esparza.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Yesterday, we hosted our annual Beat the Heat event over at Romaine Park. It was great to see hundreds of families come out to cool off, enjoy the activities, connect with all the different community resources, and see the kids with their new backpacks. We were also to provide new backpacks with school supplies to over 350 students. So I want to thank all the different community partners who came out to the table and provide resources. I want to thank Fresno Police Officers Association for grilling the food, the Iron Workers Local 155 for helping distribute backpacks, and really all of our sponsors who helped make the event possible. And most importantly, thank you to all the District 7 families for showing up and making it really another successful year. And it's great to kind of see the kids having fun right before they're about to go back to school. As my colleague had indicated, additionally, this week I was proud to join the groundbreaking for Fresno's new senior center. It's a project I've been passionate about from the start of my tenure here. When we first secured the location where it is now, it was back then that parcel was District 7. Now it's over in District 4. And so I'm proud to have helped kind of jumpstart that project, and Council Member Maxwell's kind of taken the lead from when we switched the lines. But really, our seniors have waited a long time for this space that really, truly is going to meet their needs. I'm excited to see this center become a welcoming place where older adults from across Fresno can connect. And as I've said, time after time, it's time for us to give back to those who have given so much to this city. Thank you to Councilmember Vang and Councilmember Richardson, who joined me at the school liaison subcommittee meeting that Councilmember Vang had mentioned. I do chair that committee, and it's not just us three, but really all of our local school district partners. I want to thank them as well for taking the time to attend, both as members and in the audience. These meetings play a vital role in strengthening collaboration between the city and our schools and our school districts as we work to better support students and families across Fresno. So I want to thank again everyone who was able to participate and contribute to those important discussions. And lastly, I do want to thank the mayor and his team for a successful Mayor's Cleanup Day. I know we always kind of have the epicenter of that event over at Manchester Center in District 7, or the new Manchester as they call it now. I was glad to take part in that alongside volunteers. Again, I want to thank the Beautify Fresno team for organizing this important event that really brings us together to care for our neighborhoods. And seeing residents come out from really not just that neighborhood, but really all over the city to pick up litter and clear debris reminds me of how much pride we all share in making District 7 a better place, a cleaner, healthier, better place. So again, thank you to all who joins, because your dedication really has made a difference. Council President, that'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you so much, Council Member. Really do appreciate your comments. We're going to move on at this time to 2 more remaining comments. First up will be the Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. Just a few thank yous to the city staff for the grand opening of Broadway Parques. It's a jewel in the Tower District now. So, City Manager, to your Capitol folks. They did a really good job of completion. And I know our residents are getting used to the dimming of lights that's taking place with the new high-efficiency lights. So it looks like they're not on, but when you actually pass by, they actually become much brighter. So appreciate the energy savings and giving us time to get used to the new LED technology. Congrats to the high-speed rail for reopening Tulare Street. It's a couple years behind schedule. The next one will be Cesar Chavez Underpass, and then after that, Fresno Street. So those three major projects that the city of Fresno would have never funded on its own, or we as a Valley region would have never been able to construct on our own, will now reconnect Chinatown and downtown back together as it was prior to the freeway system and to the rail system. And another thank you to Self-Help Enterprises. I'm sure you heard in the news that we finally closed escrow on the mobile home park. It's been several years in battle. I remember these chambers being full by elderly residents of the mobile home park that were being evicted on a daily basis, and the crumbling conditions of that park. And this council, with the administration, took unprecedented steps to acquire the property. And now it's officially acquired by Self-Help Enterprises. There'll be significant renovations. People that were evicted will be re-invited back to live there, and they'll have the best affordable housing that the city has to offer. So thank you to the council and the administration for investing the millions of dollars to make that acquisition happen, and for Self-Help for stepping up and getting that project done. And just the last note, as my colleague Preya noted, our director, Henry Thompson from the airport, passed away. Myself, the mayor, and the city manager were fortunate enough to attend his funeral in the Bay Area. And the only thing I can really say about my experience is that you think you know someone based on your interactions with them in the professional setting. If you're lucky, you get to maybe take one trip or have one long conversation outside of these dais and podium. But when you attend somebody's service and you hear the stories and you realize that the relationship and connection you had with them was exactly what we had with other people. And when former employees, former bosses travel multiple states to attend your service, you know that the good human being that you connected with was that with everyone else. So we were lucky to have him as a director. And I'm looking forward to this council and administration recognizing Director Thompson in the new airport wing when it's complete, and with something that's appropriate. So I do want to say thank you to his family for allowing us to have him as an employee, and to the city manager and the mayor for taking that long trip with us to his funeral services. With that, that's all I have, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Council Vice President. Lastly, just a couple of comments. I'll start off by mentioning I did also meet with Cal Valley Construction. I do appreciate, I think they're here today. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for taking time to meet with me. Yes, I was a little over-enthusiastic at the last meeting about an item in my district and that Cal Valley did not work on, and made some comments. I want to be very clear. Cal Valley is a good contractor that works well with the city. I've heard from staff the work you do, and we appreciate that. We talked about how, given that you're in the mix of things, you actually help drive the bid prices down, which helps save taxpayers a lot of money. I think the estimate was you probably saved Fresno taxpayers about $3.2 million since you've been bidding on projects. Appreciate that. You're Fresno-based, you're District 2-based. 51 of your employees live in the city of Fresno. But the biggest thing for me is you are a union contractor, and you do projects as part of the PLA. So you are operating engineers and local laborers 294 work on your projects, and that means a lot to this council, as we are very supportive of our PLA. So thank you, the majority of us. Thank you so much. Appreciate the work you do, and keep it up. What I will say, though, is we are very, very serious about public works and the quality of our work. I've had difficult experiences in my district with someone else, and we are going to continue to have very high standards and hold folks accountable if they do work that doesn't meet our standards. But Cal Valley's done a great job, and I do appreciate the work you've done. Thanks for being here today. Okay. I do want to request we adjourn in memory of two individuals. One is, thank you, Helen Capriolio, who is the mother of our former council colleague. And the other person was unfortunately a victim of a murder, and that is Carl Johnson, who was a resident of Pinedale, but was unfortunately killed in Northwest Fresno. I happened to read what his son said about his father, and it really moved me as someone who is very close to my father. The family couldn't be here today because they are actually at court because the suspect is being arraigned. I do want to thank Fresno PD for their quick work in securing the scene and helping all they do in the investigation. Also, regarding Fresno Police Department, I want to thank them for their work, quick work in Pinedale last night. Unfortunately, a 3-year-old child, I think after midnight, was shot in the arm. And I don't care what part of town you're in, that should never happen. Shouldn't happen to anybody, but let alone a 3-year-old child. And thank you for their work, and also the medical staff helping the child. On a positive note, a couple of kudos. I want to thank Jim Barros and DPU for quickly responding to an incident in Northwest Fresno regarding the garbage service. They got onto it pretty fast, and street sweepers went out and cleaned it. So thank you, Jim, for being very quick to respond. I do also want to thank our Public Works team, specifically Scott Mosier, Jill Aiello, Brian Russell, for taking the time to drive the district with me and talk about some of the priorities, talk about pave now, pay later, and some of the projects we're going to be doing out there, including the Fig Garden Loop, which is a very high-trafficked road, and that is going to have a lot of great improvements out there to help continue traffic flow. And those are my comments, and looking forward to the remainder of the meeting. Thank you so much. Okay, so moving on with our scheduled hearings. I'm sorry, mayor's manager reports and comments. Yeah, I tried skipping you, Mayor. Sorry about that.
No problem,
You will not be
Council
silenced.
Thank you. Some of the comments I'm going to make echo what Council's already said, but I do want to say thank you to all the Council for your prayers and thoughts for Henry Thompson and his loss, and Miguel for attending the funeral with us. And we had about 20 people that were employees from the city, from airports primarily, that went. Georgianne and I had the opportunity to be able to present a proclamation, Henry Thompson Day, in the city of Fresno, but the family was so very, very thankful for that. But thank you, all of you, for your thoughts and prayers. We did have the last weekend. We had the Mayor's Citywide Community Cleanup. Thank you for all the council participating in that. We had 1,147 volunteers come out, 57 different locations, picked up 12,740 pounds of trash from our city. That's a good thing. The bad thing is we had 12,740 pounds of trash to pick up. But we're going to continue with that with Beautify Fresno. Also wanted to provide a Measure C update. I think oftentimes a lot of work's happening behind the scenes. People don't get to see it. But I will tell you, after the last month, I am optimistic that we are moving in a good direction right now. With our steering committee, yesterday at the FCTA, Council President Carbasi and I, who are on FCTA, there were some decisions made. I think that will accelerate Measure C going forward. And we also have what's called a facilitation team that I'm a part of, along with some community members that synthesize data and provide it to the steering committee so that they can make more informed and more quick decisions. So I'll be meeting with the steering committee this afternoon. And honestly, the goal is for them to have 2 more meetings today and August 27th. And based on that, to be able to finalize not only the mission or the vision statement, but some guiding principles, 8 of them, as well as the categories that will be funded. And then next meeting to focus on the percentage of funding for each of those categories. And there is also some definitions that will need to be provided to them. And lastly, the hope is for COG, members of the COG, all the mayors, to be able to be the ones that determine the percentage by jurisdiction. Made me nervous there, Council President. You made me very nervous. Yeah, I was reaching for a gun, and I don't even have one. The other thing I wanted to provide an update on the $100 million that was in the governor's budget that was previously deferred. Kelly Furtado has been working very, very closely with GoBiz from the state, and we are hopeful that we'll be able to receive that $100 million next 30 days or so. That's our hope, and we're optimistic we'll get that. Once we do, we'll be able to do a number of other things downtown that were planned. And again, thank you to all the council who attended the Senior Center groundbreaking. It was an incredible event until Councilmember Maxwell and I thought we could operate a backhoe. That I knew we were in trouble when I was trying to show you how to operate a backhoe. But that is a great event, $41 million investment into our seniors, and it's going to be something we can all be very, very proud of because it has been discussed and debated by prior councils and administrations for a long, long time. One thing that wasn't mentioned was Rivian. Rivian is a make, obviously, SUVs and trucks. They're all electric. If a person wanted to have their Rivian worked on, they would have to go to the Bay Area or Southern California to have that done. Or if they wanted to order online and pick up their Rivian, they would have to go Northern or Southern California to pick it up. Now they can come right here in Fresno. We have a Rivian dealership or what's called a service center. And the good news is it will have an economic benefit of about $23 million into our city, direct, indirect jobs, as well as a supply chain and all of the things that go along with that, property tax, sales tax, et cetera. So we very fortunate to have Rivian in Fresno. The one thing that was talked about by Councilmember Vang, Route 29. It's our first east-west dedicated bus route. It will go on Church Avenue from Walnut to Fowler Avenue, serve over 44,000 residents along that strip. I think 17 different schools that will provide services to, something we're very, very proud of in opening up Route 29. And speaking of our public transportation, a lot of folks do not think that we have a lot of ridership. Over 10 million people will ride our buses this year in the city of Fresno. And we should be very proud of that we offer public transportation to those who can't afford a car, who need that transportation to get to the doctor, to go shopping, to go to school, to go to work. And we need to make sure that it is funded for many years to come, and that's the benefit of Measure C. And that is it. Look forward to the day. Thank you, guys.
And before we go to City Manager, I just have to say, it's kind of hard to see from here, but the gentleman in the back, you look just like the mayor of Sanger, Frank Gonzalez. And by any chance, are you the mayor? Yes, sir. Mayor, thanks for being here today. Welcome. Good to see you. Okay. I haven't seen you since COG, so it's been a while. Good to see you, sir. City Manager.
Thank you. Just to add, with regard to Henry Thompson, again, thank you all for your kind words. Those of you who got the opportunity to work closely with him know that he was a very competent, committed, kind person, and he will be greatly missed. And it was certainly an honor to be able to attend a service. And I think Councilmember Arias hit it on the head with you think you know someone, and then you listen to the impact that he had on people's lives, all of the people that he mentored, and the friends that he made along the way. It was pretty incredible, and he was, very, very close with his family, who are understandably devastated by his passing. So thank you, Councilmember Arias, for attending, and all of the airport team. It was a very good representation to show his family what he meant to all of us in Fresno. On a completely different note, shifting, the long-awaited VMT program is out for public, on the website is out for public comment. So this is a requirement of the state, and we have put together a program, and the EIR will be coming to council in September. But anybody interested in taking a look at what the program will be, it is on the website, and we are circulating for comment. And I think that is it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you so much, City Manager. Okay. Now we get to move on to our scheduled hearings and matters. First up is the 9:10 a.m. hearing to consider an appeal regarding the denial of a conditional use permit application number P24-01344.
Council President?
Yes, Council Member.
So I would like to make a motion to withdraw my appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to uphold the Planning Director's decision to deny the CUP application.
I will second that.
I do understand this small business owner will be working with staff to bring back their application to ensure that it is in conformance with the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act.
Thank you so much. I will second that motion. Any discussion?
Councilmember Perea, would you mind repeating that one more time?
Yeah, I made a motion to withdraw my appeal of the item because the small business owner, from what I understand, will be working with staff to resubmit an application that is in conformance with the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act. Therefore, my appeal is no longer needed. They're going to kind of hit a refresh button and go back through the process and put forth an application to help them with near-term and long-term success of their operation.
Great. There's been a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay. Any opposition? Did we take public comment on this?
We discussed, and no, this essentially removes the item from the agenda.
Okay, thank you. So there being no opposition, the item passes 7-0. Thank you so much. We're going to be moving on to our 9:15 a.m. number 1 item. This is a hearing, to consider annexation application P24-05-04526.
Council President, I'd like to make a motion to approve. It's a standard item.
Okay, motion to approve. It's in District 7. Councilmember Esparza, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'll second that, but I want a presentation.
What's that?
I want a brief presentation.
You want a presentation?
Brief.
Okay.
Yeah, brief.
We'll hold off on your motion.
Yeah,
We'll do the presentation. I like keeping the speed going, though. Thank you, Council Vice President.
Okay, good morning, Council President, members of the council. My name is Rob Holt, Supervising Planner. And today's staff brings forward consideration of an annexation pre-zone track map 6502, plan development and related environmental finding. The applicant is DeYoung Properties. I will keep it brief. The application includes an annexation of 3 properties, the subject property highlighted in blue, property adjacent east, and the canal adjacent north. The subject property is planned for medium-low density, and the other 2 properties for open space. The area is surrounded by single family to the west and north. Further south will be adjacent are farmland and rural residential, and then east is a large basin. The subject property, of course, includes the annexation and a pre-zone, which will pre-zone the subject properties for what they're planned for. The development for the subdivision will be RS4. The others are open space. The subject property being developed is approximately 23.56 acres with 119 single-family lots, which incorporates a 5.05 dwelling units per acre density, which is between 3.5 and 6, which complies. There is open space, about 11,500 square feet, which the required open space is 9,700 square feet, thus it complies, it's exceeding that. There is a trail along the northern and eastern boundary of the property that will incorporate going to the west. And there is a planned development for 28 of the lots, which you can see the smaller lots in the southeast portion. So 28 of those that have modified setbacks, lot width, lot coverage, and size. And then the Planning Commission was held last Wednesday where they recommended approval, 5 votes to 0. And just to leave it off, this is what the development will look like in current standard conditions. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, thank you. If you drive out there, they're already constructing the kind of the signal light in McKinley and Temperance, just west of the project. That's us doing that independently, or is that part of the project at all? Or
it's not part of the project, but I could defer to Public Works to be able to respond to that. That's not part of this project, though.
Okay, that wasn't a condition or anything.
No.
Okay, I'll talk to Public Works offline.
Sure,
that's fine. Council President, probably need to go to public comment.
Yep. Any other questions by the council on this item? Okay, there being none, we are going to move on to public comment. And again, this is in the 9:15 a.m. hearing to consider the annexation application, pre-zone application, vesting tentative trap map plan development permit, and related environmental assessments. Anyone wishing to comment, this is your opportunity. Please do come up. Okay, there being none. Oh, did you want to come up? Okay, come on up.
I'll keep it brief. Good morning, Council, Mr. Mayor. Brandon DeYoung with DeYoung Properties. Pleased to present what we're calling DeYoung Blossom View, comprised of 119 units, single-family homes And we know this is extremely important for the city of Fresno, housing, and housing that is, has some affordability as well. We designed this. This is probably one of our most unique home development designs to date. And the reason for that is because there's actually both a private development portion and a public development portion. And within the private development portion, it includes more efficiently sized home sites and homes with affordability directly on the top of our mind, as well as the public development side that has lot sizes, more traditional lot sizes from around 4,000 to 6,000 up square footage. Affordability was on the top of our mind with this. Density was also important. We needed to make sure we met the density that the general plan was calling for, and so having a very wide variety of home site and home size variety was critical for this, and this was the way to do that, was private development portion and a public development portion. We're actually going to be offering 4 different series of product types, home types in here, Icon series and Discover series in the public development portion, and these are already proven and popular plans that we are currently already building in the area. And then also in the private development will be 2 brand new series of floor plans that we are very excited to announce. That are called Compass Series and Freedom Series. And these are designed, like I said, with affordability in mind, efficiency, someone who doesn't want a large yard to have to maintain, a large home to have to maintain. This will be perfect for someone like that. I also wanted to call attention to a few things that were mentioned. We have some beautiful amenities in this neighborhood that are in the public portion of this, so they're not just reserved for those in the private development. The trail along the whole northern perimeter, as well as a park that is attached to that trail. And so the neighbors just to the west and also in the surrounding area will be able to utilize all of these amenities. I also wanted to mention one last thing. We actually held a community meeting. Although we didn't have to, we thought this was a great way to gain feedback from the surrounding neighborhoods and learn what they had to think about it. And it was all great feedback, and we even received a letter of support. So that was what I wanted to highlight.
Thanks, Brandon.
And available for questions if you have any.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. At this time, I'm going to close the hearing and bring it back to the council for discussion. This is on a particular item, on the 9:15 a.m. number 1 item. Not yet. Not for public comment. Yeah. Okay. Any action by the council?
The motion.
Okay, you want to second that motion?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's moved by Council Vice President, seconded by Councilmember Esparza. Any opposition on that item? Okay, it passes 6-0. Thank you very much. The 9:15 a.m. number 2 item has been removed from the agenda and postponed to another meeting. The 9:20 a.m. item as well. So now we're going to move on to our 9:25 a.m. joint meeting with the Fresno Joint Powers Finance Authority to discuss actions pertaining to the issuance and sale of Series 2025 lease revenue bonds for public safety projects. And we will start with a staff presentation.
Good morning, Council President, Council members, Santino Denisi, Finance Director and Controller for the City of Fresno. It's a pleasure to be here this morning, and we will get started here in a moment as we get the slide presentation up here on this screen. But today's resolutions recommended for approval are twofold. There's one for the City Council to approve for a lease revenue bond financing, and of course the JPFA in conjunction with that transaction is also recommended to approve the resolution for what we're dubbing our public safety financing for 2025. And as you know, there's 3 projects that the financing will support, and I'll go through each one of them here on this slide. The first is going to be Fire Station 12. If you're following along on slide 2. This is a fire station that's replacing, of course, our existing fire station. 12 will be a much larger facility, be located at Ashland and Valentine. Previously, in June of 2024, the council did adopt and approved an intent to fund costs of the project from future bond proceeds, which is, of course, why we're here today. And the contract for the construction contractor was approved by council on February 27th, awarded to Soltech Pacific Construction, and the total project cost to be financed with this financing will be $18 million. with an expected completion date of October 2026. And next, we have the 911 Emergency Call Center facility. As you've heard much about, this will be on a portion of the city's current municipal service center, a large call center space, over 12,000 square foot building. On April 10th, Council heard and approved both the intent to reimburse reimburse costs from this project as well from future bond proceeds, and a construction award to the contractor Soltec Pacific as well. And the total project costs to be financed with the lease revenue bonds will be $16.8 million, with an anticipated completion date of December 2026. And then finally, we have the police department headquarters, which will be financing tenant improvements to the tune of $12 million. This facility will be located just across the street at Mariposa Mall. A 3-story building, over 65,000 square foot, will house and transition the current police department headquarters staff and operations to that building. It will be a 21-year term lease for that facility, with payments commencing on the lease of the property, not to be confused with the lease revenue bond, in year 2 of that lease agreement. And separate future council action will be taken with regard to the actual tenant improvements, again, estimated to be at $12 million. I'm joined today, of course, by staff from the police department and the fire department as well, if there's any questions that they can help support with. And I just want to take a brief moment to thank Rob Larkins, our underwriter on the financing, who's here with us as well, Nedco Nedev, the city's financial advisor, in supporting all the work that we've done to get ready and get to this point. Also happy to announce we had a great meeting with S&P last Tuesday, and they affirmed the city's rating for lease revenue bonds at A+. And this is, since our last lease revenue financing in 2020 from the animal shelter, that's a 1-notch higher than what we've previously financed at. And so just putting that in layman's terms, obviously that helps the city with lowering borrowing costs and interest costs for the financing. So with that, happy to take any questions that you might have.
Well, before we do that, go to council comment. We're going to go to public comment. So thank you, Santino. So we do have, again, this is public comment on the 925 joint meeting with the Fresno Joint Powers Finance Authority. So is there any members of the public wishing to comment on this item at this time? Please do come forward. I'm not seeing anybody come up. Going once, going twice. Okay. We're going to bring this back to the council for comments or questions. I have Councilmember Tyler Maxwell punched up first.
Thank you, Council President. Just trying to better understand the financing of some of this. And I know, Mayor, that you went over a little bit of this with me, but I just want to make sure I have a solid understanding before moving forward on this item today. The 3 projects being Fire Station 12, 911 dispatch, and the new police headquarters, those 3 assets in total come out to about $47 million.
That's right.
On an individual level, when we're building out the budgets for each of those projects, do we include a contingency similar to what we did for the senior center, where if material is higher than we expected by the time that we need it, we've already kind of built in that contingency so that we can have additional dollars available for that project?
Yeah, so I think, and you know, if capital projects, the team wants to, support or adjust anything, I say the construction contracts themselves do have contingency amounts built into them to cover those kinds of experiences, and so we've used that contingency amount for our financing ultimately. So just again, trying to put it simply, if the contract amount is $12 million. There's a portion of that, I can't remember what percentage, but
to accommodate for unforeseen price increases?
That's right, and that's the amount that we're using for the financing.
So if those are all built into the budget totals for each of the projects that aggregated come out to $47 million, why are we applying for $56 million?
So the 56 million really has to do with a couple of different factors. Building in some space and room in case market conditions change between today's presentation of what we're recommending and what we think we'll be able to sell bonds for, and if that might change between now.
How's that different from the contingency we were just talking about already that's built into these projects' budgets?
So the contingency I was referring to, and maybe I misunderstood, is if the construction project itself has escalations in costs. So the expenses to actually construct the facility. What I'm referring to in terms of the bond, what we'll sell bonds for versus the project amount, is if market conditions tend to change by way of interest rates between now and when we go to actually sell the bonds to the market. There's a different buffer built in for that, if I'm making sense.
So $9 million in addition is being asked for those unforeseen market changes.
That's one element. Another element is the strategy of capitalizing interest to get us to a point where we're not making debt service payments until 2030.
Explain that to me, please, in layman's terms.
Yeah, so again, as we've discussed before, as part of the financing strategy with this bond is that we won't have debt service payments occur until 2030 when our pension obligation bond
29 or 2030?
2030.
2030.
2029 is when the pension obligation bond debt will be expired. And so the strategy is to replace that debt service partially with what we're proposing today, the lease revenue bond payment. So,
and we will not be responsible for paying any interest either between now and 2030.
We won't have any debt service payments, but part of that buffer that you're referring to is to cover interest costs that will build up and that will pay in 2030 when we start annual debt service in 2030.
Okay.
But the debt service payment starting in 2030 will be level and it will expire in 2055.
I just want to clarify that the debt service payments actually start in the fall of 2029, which is fiscal year 29/30. So
Understood.
I just wanted to be clear about that.
City Manager, thank you. Okay, and the lease payments for the police headquarters would begin?
I think that's next fiscal year. The lease payment.
FY27.
I think it's 26-27.
FY27. Okay.
July 1st, 26.
And that is for 1.3.
The lease
Correct?
payment on the 1.3.
Just want to make sure I have a thorough understanding.
1.285.
1.285, also known as 1.3.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. And those will be FY27. When we eventually get to FY30 and we're paying lease on top of our bond obligations, not just for this, but the pay now, pay later. If we were to take out the 1.3 for the lease payments and just calculated how much we'd owe in debt service for pay now, pay later in these three projects, what is that amount that we'll be paying at that time?
If we added this 3, this 4, so 5.2 plus how much did we say the debt service would be on the paid now? 7.9. So 8 plus approximately 13.2 million. If you'd give us just a quick second, I could go write it down and make sure my
That's
math
fine,
is
because I got
right.
a question I think that the mayor could probably answer next in the meantime.
Okay. I do want to also say, however, that we were very clear with the rating agencies of our intentions to bring to the council the approval for both the lease and Pave Now, the $100 million for Pave Now, and we quantified those amounts with the credit rating agencies, and they took that into consideration with our recent positive report.
Okay, I appreciate that. Out of that 13.2, are you able to break that into buckets? Sorry, Santino. That 13.2 figure that I was just provided for the debt service, do you know how much of that is pave now, pave later? How much is these public safety projects?
So the pave now, pave later estimated debt service is 7.9 at this time.
7.9.
Right. And what you're hearing today with this proposal is...
So about 5.3 million for the public safety projects.
The 3.9 with the financing today in addition to the lease is, I think, how you're getting to the
Just for the
5.3.
debt service, not for the lease portion? But the total
Ruthie
amount of
just
debt
said
service.
13.2 in debt service for Pave More Now, Pave Later, and this
13.2
bond.
was for everything, correct?
Right. So how do you break down that 13.2?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Santino, but the debt service that, for the item that's before you today, approximately 1.5 million will be paid for with impact fees, so not a general fund
So
obligation.
let's tackle that next, but just the total debt service, and then I want to kind of bring the questioning towards how that debt service will get paid. But
Okay. So the debt service for Pave Now and for this item that's before you today will be approximately 11.8 million.
11.8, not
Yes,
13.2?
Because you asked me to add in the lease payment for,
Excluding the lease
Yes.
payments, it's $11.8
Yes.
million dollars. And if you were to break that down, how much of that is Pave Now, Pay Later out of the 11.8?
7.9.
7.9, okay. Okay, so
Yep.
out of the approximately $4 million that will be debt service for the public safety assets, approximately 50% of that will be paid via general fund, and 50% will be paid via impact fees. So about $2 million, as you were saying, Assistant City Manager, from the general fund.
Yes.
Okay. And that's for how many years?
Starting in 2029, 30, and then for 27 years, it's till 2055, pardon me. 2055. So it's 30 years altogether, but we're not making any payments the first 3 years.
Okay, appreciate that. I think this is my last question. The $47 million for the projects that are being considered today, how much of that is for the new 911, or I'm sorry, the new police headquarters?
12.
That's 12 million. Assistant City Manager, before you sit down. I know when we were talking about bonding in the past, you kind of threw out an estimate that if we were to approve all the bonding that was considered at that time, it was not taking into consideration the police headquarters. I think you said somewhere between $20 to $30 million left in our bonding capacity. So would I be correct in assuming that our new bonding capacity would be about $25 million minus $12 million?
Not in the context of how I answered that question. I was talking about the assets that we have available to collateralize, and those assets would still be available to collateralize because the leased building is not part of any debt. The actual lease doesn't go against our debt capacity, if you will.
And it's possible to bond against these future facilities even when we're paying off the debt service on them, is that correct?
It is.
Okay.
And once they're constructed.
Once they're fully constructed.
Yes, and in fact, that's our plan, is to sub out the other assets that we have in collateral and to utilize these assets as collateral in this particular master lease. But it's 6 in one, half a dozen in the other. The collateral will be there either way.
This mechanism that we utilize for bonding, where we borrow against the estimated lease value of a facility, after today's vote, what will that capacity be, dollar amount?
I don't have an exact number for you, but I know we went through the math when we were talking about Pave Now, and if you just give me a moment, I can get that ready for you. We also did submit to you all a tray memo that detailed that out as well, and that was distributed on June 9th. So let me take a look at that real quick, and I can get you an answer. But it is several tens of millions of dollars that's remaining.
Sure, if you could get that number and then just say it for the record, I'd appreciate it when you have the opportunity, City Manager. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to supporting this project. I think it's long overdue, just as the 911 dispatch center were. I think that our first responders and dispatchers deserve much better than what they've had. What they've had has kind of been out of necessity. We have the financial ability now to give them nicer facilities that include windows and no asbestos, to give them more room and more parking and more safety. I think will inevitably lead to better services for the city of Fresno when it comes to call time or service from our police officers. So I appreciate you all answering the questions. I just want to make sure I'm doing my due diligence before, we pull the trigger here today, but I think it is a worthy project and appreciate the administration bringing this forward. City Manager.
I do have that number in the trade memo that was distributed on June the 9th. It was an additional $50 million in lease revenue financing would be available. I also wanted to just point out, while you're on the subject of this particular point, is that the credit rating agencies actually mentioned in their credit report the low relative debt profile that the city does have compared to our peer cities or other cities that have an underlying rating of a AA minus, and for this lease revenue bond of an A plus. So it is, fair to say that there's some room there.
I'm not educated on this matter. Is credit rating subject to change when we take out this amount of bonding? When we have this much debt, is it expected that our credit rating will be lowered?
The credit rating is issued with these debts already taken into consideration. So the things that will impact the credit rating, which are included in the report as well, are not so much the Pave Now or this public safety bond or our lease burdens that we have either currently or the one that we already disclosed, the one that hopefully is coming up. Those items are already taken into consideration when they issued that credit rating. So that really the things that could affect us is, as stated in their report, are a weakening in our overall economy, a utilization of our emergency reserves. They would not look on that very fondly.
And when the pension obligation rolls off, the revenue that we receive from that moving forward will go towards the general fund allocation of the public safety assets and the Pave Now, Pay Later. There will probably be additional amounts available for other purposes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, understood. Happy to support our police and our firefighters and our dispatchers, so make a motion to approve if that's okay, Council Member.
So thank you so much, Council Member. So there's going to be two separate votes. There'll be the vote by the entire body, and there'll be a vote by the actual Joint Powers Finance Authority, but I will come back to you for that motion at the proper time, Council Member. Is that okay? Yep, thank you. You got it. Okay. Next, I have punched up, almost a Council Member, Mayor Dyer.
Thank you, Council President. And Councilmember Maxwell asked a lot of the questions that I was going to have you provide answers to. One was being the impact fees. A lot of folks may not know, but developers pay what's called development impact fees, whether it's for public safety, police, fire, parks. And those fees are to be used for facility expansion. So what we're paying, 50% of the debt service on the bonds, are exactly what these dollars are intended for. And then the other half would be general fund. And again, general fund that would become available in 2029 when we retire some of the debt service on our pension obligation bonds. So I did want to make sure that was mentioned. Also, I think the timing for us to do this is very good, and the fact that we have a very good rating today, thanks to a lot of the things that have occurred, thanks to this council, and we're going to be coming out in the next couple of months with our most recent report. But the fact is, being able to have a high bond rating means that we're able to borrow money cheaper. And when we borrow money cheaper, we save taxpayer dollars on that debt service. So this is a good time to do that. And I always think it's a good time to be able to support our public safety. A 911 center that, quite frankly, has been in a building since 1959 with no windows. And this is our opportunity to move them to their new location, a brand new structure over on El Dorado. And look forward to that. About 120 employees will work out of that facility, and they're pretty excited. Thank you to the council for supporting that. Also, the Fire Station 12 was a building from 1977. It was supposed to be a temporary building for fire, but turned into a long-term stay. And for them to be able to move out into the new location we're building, I think speaks volumes for the priorities of this council. And then lastly is police headquarters. We all know that our police headquarters building, built in 1959, has long outlived its purpose. And part of the reason is we have asbestos in their lead. We have HVAC system problems that every single year For the last decade or so, we've spent enormous amount of money just repairing that. And so bonding for these 3 public safety facilities at this point in time, I think is important. And also to be able to have half of the debt service paid back with impact fees also relieves the general fund. So I'm also happy to support this item, and thank you, Councilmember Maxwell, for your support and for the questions you asked, because I think they needed to be said and explained in terms of how this is going to occur and the fact that we're going to limit any impact on our general fund.
Thank you. At this time, I have no other council members punched up. Anyone wishing to speak? Council Vice President.
Thank you. Santino, how are you?
Good morning.
There was a reference made to the fact that you've informed the credit agency about this public safety headquarters building being included in this financing package?
Correct.
When did that occur?
We met with them last Tuesday.
Last Tuesday? When did we receive the agenda item, including informing the council that you plan to finance a police headquarters?
I'm not sure when you...
Was it Friday? When did we get the lease outlining the financial conditions of the 21-year lease? Was that 2 days ago?
Yes, I just want to be clear that we're not financing the building. We're financing tenant improvements for the building.
Correct,
So,
but you're
yes.
financing.
So yes, Friday, the agenda was released. The debt service schedule was included, along with the Levine Act disclosures, and then the lease was received on Tuesday, the actual lease, as we were wrapping up negotiations.
What essentially the staff is asking us to do is to borrow money to finance these 3 buildings, correct? Either the acquisition, construction, or the tenant improvements.
In that context, yes.
Yes. The fire station, that was approved in the budget, correct? The construction, the financing of the,
Yeah. Yes,
right? And that contract for construction has been awarded.
It has,
And the same thing for the 911 dispatch. That was included in the budget. We had a robust debate over whether we could afford it, what the cost was, and there's a construction contract for that. We did a ground opening, correct?
Yes.
So why didn't we follow the same process for the police headquarters? Why didn't we include that in the budget, have a robust debate over the finances? And why didn't we wait until you guys actually have an actual construction contract to come forward asking us to borrow the money?
Well, I can speak to the bond, to the relativity to the bond. Knowing that we were in preliminary discussions, but we were not ready to come to the council with a recommendation until we had favorable terms on the lease. So, we could not put the cart before the horse on that. And then also, once we became aware that the lease was, in fact, the lease terms were going to be favorable to us, although, again, there were just a couple little things that we were still negotiating between Friday and Monday, that there's no sense in issuing a separate bond for tenant improvements because of the cost of issuance. You would just be doubling, basically, your cost of issuance for a relatively small amount. It makes a lot more financial sense to include that with this particular issuance.
I understand the rationale that it's cheaper to borrow 3 loans at the same time than to separate them, correct?
Well, there are fixed costs associated with every
Yes.
bond issuance, and we wouldn't want to have to pay those again if we can avoid it.
It's like a mortgage. There's points you have to pay for. So if you can do it all at once versus doing multiple refinancing, that makes sense.
Yeah.
What is the time-sensitive nature of us going to bond today? Is the police headquarters going to fall apart? Do we have notices of its immediate condition to be vulnerable in any kind of safety risk to the employees? What is the time-sensitive? I understand the time-sensitive nature of the fire station and the dispatch center because they're under construction. Right? So we have to finance the construction of it. But the police headquarters, I was there 6 months ago. I didn't see tile falling. I don't have any reports of the facility being a safety hazard to its employees. I recognize that there's asbestos in the building, but unless the officers are licking the walls, what is the immediate danger that forces us to finance today when we just got this a couple of days ago?
So, council member, I will go back all the way to 2021 or 2022. We started talking about police headquarters now and the issue of the HVAC system. Originally, police headquarters was part of the solar energy efficiency programs, and at that time, the decision was made in 2021 to not include police headquarters HVAC as one of those energy efficiency projects because of the financing cost, the life of the HVAC was not long enough in order to justify the expense of the financing. So we have been talking about police headquarters. We have duct taped, baling wired, suspenders, this HVAC system at police headquarters. The AC goes out regularly. There's nothing else we can do to hold the system together. In order to be able to fix the HVAC system, it requires going into the walls and the ducting system, and that's where the problem becomes because of the asbestos. So in order to be able to repair the HVAC system, we have to move everybody out of the building, and we have to go in and do construction, dig up the walls, abate the asbestos. The disruption and the cost of not only fixing the HVAC system, but to rent trailers and find locations to move all of the staff out of that building to put them in temporary quarters is a lot of money. In addition, we have electrical issues in that building where if you plug in an electric pencil sharpener at the same time that you're using another electrical event, you'll blow a fuse. So those are the two main, I would say, more emergency issues. There are a host of issues with that building just because of the age of the building and it has passed its useful life. But those are the emergency
City
repairs.
Manager, do we have any record of an officer and employee being electrocuted because of the aging outlets?
Electrocuted, no, but they can't function. Like we
I
don't.
understand, but I'm trying to get clear. Do we have any claims of injuries as a result of the condition of the building?
Not on electrical, but I will tell you, we get complaints about the lack of air conditioning in the building. Yeah. I mean, whenever the air conditioning goes out in this building, and God forbid it gets to be 82 degrees, we send people home all the time. These people can't go home. They have secure systems, computer systems that they can't just work remotely. So we do receive absolutely complaints.
How often this year have we sent people home because the system is down?
I can't tell you that off the top of my head, but this has been a regular issue.
The reason I'm asking is I've been here 7 years. Yes, the building is old. I've never, ever, in a liability claim, in a employee complaint, have never seen any type of complaints about the condition of the building being imminent danger or in imminent need. Yes, it's old. A lot of our buildings are old. So I want to be clear that if we're doing this because we want an upgraded facility, that's fair. But if we're doing this because there's imminent danger.
Well, and it's no different than the 911 center. I mean, there was no imminent danger of employees in the basement.
But in that center, City Manager, we had a physical space problem. We could not hire more dispatchers without more physical space. In that scenario, we had a huge public and robust debate during the budget process. In that scenario, we went out to bid for construction, and it's been a long conversation, a long process. In this case, the headquarters has not done any of those steps.
Well, we will be going out to bid on construction.
But not on the acquisition of a $20 million facility.
Let me touch on a couple of those things because they're, in terms of building a dispatch center, we had a location that we selected, and we went through a process, and we are now constructing that dispatch center. The same held true for Fire Station 12. In this instance, we were looking for a headquarters building that had close proximity to the City Hall Annex. As you know, part of the police department works in headquarters, part of them over at the Annex, where you could have a shared parking lot that was secure, which this provides, and in close proximity to the courthouse because officers are frequently called from headquarters to testify at the courthouse. So all of those things were why this site was suitable, as well as the space, and that's how it was selected. It wasn't anything other than that, other than we know the downtown area in terms of proximity. There were no other facilities available. We will be going out to bid when we do the tenant improvements for HVAC and the like. But I do want to say this should not have caught anybody by surprise. 3 years ago, we set aside American Rescue funds for this purpose. And those funds were ultimately taken and utilized to balance our budget over the last couple of years. That did not take away the need. And just because we took away the funding didn't mean the need disappeared. And I would like to have Chief Castro come up and share some of the complaints she gets from some of the officers, because they may not make their way over to City Hall or to my office or the council's, but I can tell you it's a constant over there at the headquarters. So
if I may, Chief, I have more questions on the financing arrangement before I get to
I'll be quiet right here.
facilities. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate your patience. The bonding capacity that Councilmember Maxwell was indicating, we had a very long debate during the budget process about what is our maximum credit card capacity, essentially what is our bonding maximum. And staff continue to give us it's a fluid number, approximately this, approximately that. There's a lot of variables. But I was under the impression that any additional bonding would have maxed out our credit ability and our bonding capacity. That's why the council said, let's not bond out $150 million to reconstruct neighborhoods. Let's just bond out $100 million. So,
not true.
To my question, what is our total bonding capacity today?
Ruth, you want to go through the June memo again?
I know it's whatever they needed to be.
I had just put it away.
That's the most accurate answer.
Thinking it was asked and answered. But we did have a robust debate about our bonding capacity, and there were certain questions about whether or not Pave Now should be more or less,
Yes.
frankly. And I think we gave a variety of ranges and options. But at the same time, I believe it was Councilmember Maxwell asked us to go through all of the remaining facilities that could be collateralized, which ones we would utilize for Pave Now versus which ones would be then remaining available, and what the capacity would be as a result thereof. And that's what's included in the June 9th Trey memo. And that says approximately an additional $50 million after all of the other things that we were already planning on.
So when you say an additional $50 million in capacity, did that include the headquarters at that time, or was that not considered?
It did not include again, the lease payment is separate from
Correct.
bonding capacity. It did not include the
The
approximate.
$14 million for tenant improvements.
Right. It's 12. It's 12 million.
12?
Just to be clear.
Okay. So
and it
to
did not
that
include
question, Assistant City Manager.
Yes, sir.
Where did you get the number 12? Have you gone to bid and have you solidified that number? Is that 12 a guaranteed? Sorry.
It is not a guarantee. However, we did have our general services and other facilities folks do an inspection of the building. In fact, it's laid out in the staff report for the lease. And it is an estimate at this time, but we do need to come up with not only a plan, but engineer's estimates and take it out to bid, absolutely. But we needed to have an estimate because we felt like we could go forward at this time. And there was a high-level evaluation of what needed to be done and costed out
So to
at a high
confirm,
level.
12 is simply an estimate at this point.
It is an estimate, yes.
It's
what
an
was the
estimate
original?
based on
I understand.
actual costs that we have looked at in the market for tenant improvements
What
per
was
square
the
foot.
estimate for Fire Station 12 versus the final cost? I know that's increased substantially.
I'm sorry, are you talking about on the construction?
Yes.
I
don't
have that. We'll have to get staff in here to answer that question.
You know what the estimate was for the initial estimate for the 911 dispatch center versus the final price?
When you say final price, are you saying from our estimate to when the bids came back on those, we were within the estimate? It was just as we were designing
Correct.
the building,
It got
that's
higher.
where the cost. But when we got the building design and put it out to bid, we were within the estimates.
And I can tell you on the dispatch, it came in almost $2 million below what we had anticipated. And the fire station was fairly close. Our challenge on the fire station was when we first started the discussions, we said we wanted to spend $12 million on that fire station. And then when we started looking at what the needs were in terms of the extra bays, a number of other things, because they were going to utilize their specialty equipment there, the size of the building increased, therefore the cost increased.
Yeah. And I anticipate, I mean, with all honesty, I'm going to give you guys grace that the 12 million is not solid, because once you get into the design elements, if the chief wants another cell, then you're going to probably accommodate another cell, right? Those are the natural progressions of a construction project of this size.
But remember, this is just tenant improvements, right? We're not making any substantial building operations. We have the building size. We know what the floor size is. So it's just a matter of putting walls up for offices. It's tenant improvements. Those are a lot easier to design and come within budget than constructing a building from scratch.
And the vast majority of the cost is probably going to be the HVAC system in that facility. There is HVAC there, but not to the degree that is needed, and we know what those costs are. And then the other one is taking estimates from other folks that have done tenant improvements based on the square footage, and that's how these estimates have been made.
I'm trying to understand you're asking us to borrow an additional $9 million from the 47 in estimated cost. The real cost or confirmed cost of the fire station, the confirmed cost of the dispatch center, and the estimated cost of the headquarters. That's 47, but yet you're asking to borrow an additional $9 million. I'm trying to ascertain whether you're doing that because you intentionally understand that headquarters is going to go higher in price, and you don't want to come back to us with more authority, or whether you're just simply over borrowing to bake in some other things that are not on the budget, and you're going to surprise us next meeting with another $5 million facility that has never been discussed before in terms of a financing budget process. So why do you need an additional $9 million of bonding and borrowing capacity?
Yeah, so the bonding amount has nothing to do with any anticipated cost increases on the project itself, the tenant improvements, which you were just describing. As I tried to explain earlier, it's really in relation to two things. Number one, the amount of bonds that we think we're going to need to sell today to support a $47 million project across the three projects. And so it's based on current market conditions, estimating the need to cover those costs, what we'll need to sell bonds for. The second piece, it has to do with adding interest to the financing to get us to having debt service not come due until calendar year 29, fiscal year 2030.
So when we get to fiscal year 2030, how much more in annual payments does the general fund have to come up with to make this, payment?
So right now, what you have in the staff report is what we're anticipating right now.
How much is that?
3.9 million for all three projects. So there's, again, if everything else held true as it does today, we don't anticipate that changing. That's our best estimate.
So $3.5 million for 20 years?
3.9 million.
3.9 for how many years?
Just my question to clarify, is that 3.9 general fund or 3.9 general fund plus impact fee?
That's the total debt service. So that includes general fund and
so half of
impact
that, half of the 3.9 is general fund.
That's right.
And then half of that will be on impact fees that have been set aside for facilities.
So let's pause on that, Mayor. I want to be crystal clear on this. The annual mortgage payment on these three buildings would be essentially $3.5 million. You're suggesting that that's only that half the cost can come from existing impact fees that we already have sitting in an account somewhere?
Either sitting in the account or accumulating over time. Yes, so 3.9 million is the debt service. Mm-hmm. Half of that, approximately half, is paid with impact fees. Half of it with general fund. Mm-hmm. That will be freed up in June of 2029. And then there is a lease payment that will start in July of 2026, correct? Mm-hmm. And that is 1.285 million.
Where does the lease payment come from? The general fund?
It will either come, for now, general fund, but we also have the potential, should impact fees from the police side increase, we'll be able to use money from that as well. Here's our challenge, and I'll be perfectly honest. Over the years, there has been a lot of waiver of impact fees by prior administrations. Fire impact fees were not waived. Police impact fees were waived for new development. That's why our police impact fee account is not as robust as the fires. And so, again, that's,
And Mayor, I'm the council member that brought forward the item to stop waiving police and fire fees.
and we appreciate that.
Because, you know, we gave the house away to Amazon, and we have no ability to give them police and fire services without taking it from a neighborhood. So my other questions around this are, you've addressed bonding capacity. So we're essentially got 40 or 50 million that we can borrow against. Since you use this process, this headquarters was not part of the police budget discussions. It's not been out to bid. We don't have a construction bid. Could this process be used to acquire a new building for the city attorney's office? Could we use this exact same process? Just he can go and find a building that he likes, and we can do a lease agreement for 21 years, not do the first year of rent payments, so there's no budget amendment required. And then this council can just borrow the $20 million for a new headquarters for the city attorney. What I'm getting at is, I'm not opposed to a project, Mayor. I'm opposed to how we got here. Because we tend to learn very well on how the administration does things. If the administration waives a police fee, the council waives a police fee. Administration waives the fire fee, we waive the fire fee. If the administration bypasses the budget process, we want to bypass the budget process. And so I want to be clear is why did we get here this way? Why not just include this in your budget that's upcoming? We have a mid-year. You're not gonna, your presentation suggests that you'll be completed with 10 improvements in a year.
I can share with you.
Yeah.
There was a time when we were not going to pursue this building. This was originally brought to then the former police chief back in 2021. He brought it to my attention and the former city manager. We went and looked. We thought, boy, this has a lot of potential. But in listening to what the potential rent was going to be per square foot and the amount of work that still had to be done, we backed away. And we did not pursue it again until later this year when those negotiations started again, and we got a more current assessment of what it was going to take to rehabilitate the current police department. And when those costs escalated to the $7+ million just for the HVAC and asbestos and electrical, we knew it would be probably another 2 or 3 million. The thought was, do we want to continue to put money into an old building that continues to break down, or go this different direction? And that's when we started negotiations again, and Assistant City Manager Quinto is the one that took the lead on that, and negotiated what I believe to be a very, very good deal for the city. I see Sal back in the back. He will probably admit to that as well. And remember, we're not just leasing a building. After 21 years, we own this building for $1 with all of the tenant improvements and everything in there. The other thing was when we decided to move the dispatch out of headquarters, the timing...
Mayor, if I may, I think we're going to get in trouble with Brown Act because this just financing.
Focus on the financing, sorry.
Just
What's that?
financing.
Again, not the least. We have to focus on the financing part of it.
I'm sorry.
Thanks, Mayor.
So in terms of the dispatch center moving out, it gave us the opportune timing to do this.
On the financing, the existing headquarters is 2 physical buildings. One is historic and one is not. I heard from the news reports that the intention is to tear one of the buildings down. Do we have a cost estimate for renovating the existing historical building, the other half of the building? And if so, what is that cost to renovate that historical part?
So you're talking about the annex?
The old city annex hall. What's the official name? Is it annexed?
Well, City Hall Annex is what, I don't know, the brick building on Fresno Street.
The original City Hall building.
Yes.
Is what we're referring to.
No, we don't have an estimate, but the police chief and I have talked. That building has pretty good bones. It's a pretty solid building. The types of repairs that need to be made to that building are a little more cosmetic in nature rather than sort of the foundational systems of the building.
So the $7 million renovation that you referenced, is that for the building next door, or is that for the city
That's
annex
for the
City Hall?
Police Department headquarters, which is on the Mariposa Mall.
That's for that side of it. So
Right.
assuming we tear that down,
Correct.
that goes away. But we would have to do renovations of the old city hall.
We don't have to. I think there are some things that we will need to do, just general maintenance and upkeep of the building, carpet replacement, painting, window cleaning, those types of things. Chief, you could probably get a little bit more into
more
that.
deferred maintenance on that building.
I don't want to get into details of it because it's not on the agenda, but okay.
Remember, I think there's one point too that I don't think we've made a good point on the 9 million, the difference between that's a not to exceed number. They're not saying we are going to need that additional 9 million. We have the authority up to the 9 million should the market change and there's additional interest costs. So it's the authority for up to that, but we're not saying we are going to spend that whole 9 million.
Well, why that worries me is that you're tying us to 12 million is a solid number, but yet you're asking for up to $9 million more. So
apples and oranges. The 9 million is based on market conditions, which we have very little control over. I would say we have more control and more knowledge, given the sheer volume of construction that we are doing as a city and seeing what bids are coming in as and knowing what the square foot costs are out there. And we have a maximum budget. We have 12 million, period. If we get a bid back that's more than 12 million, tough. We're going to go back and value engineer and cut some things out of the budget. It's very similar as to what we're doing with the Fire Department Regional Training Center. We have a maximum amount of money. That's all we're spending.
Fair enough. Are we allowed to use a reserve fund? What's the reserve fund amount? Are we still at $48 million in the reserve?
Yeah, my recollection is that it's projected to be at 47 million, close to 47 million this budget year.
Is there anything that would not allow us to use the reserve fund to fund the $12 million tenant improvements to this building? Does it have to come from borrowing? And then my last question on this is, what is the interest rate that we're projected to pay on this borrowing?
So while he's looking that up, I'm going to talk about the use of per the Reserve Management Act, in order to go into the reserve, we'd have to declare a fiscal emergency. There are a number of provisions within the Reserve Management Act that require, in order to declare the fiscal emergency, it has to be reductions in sales tax over multiple years. I will also note that going into the reserve would affect our credit rating. Likely could result in a drop of our credit rating. So the fact that we have not gone into a reserve was reflected very favorably by the credit rating agencies. They would have certainly preferred that we would have added to the reserve this year, but we didn't, but we held firm and didn't touch it. I'll let him talk on the interest rate. I'll let Santino cover that.
Yeah, so our latest projections on what the interest rate will be as of current market conditions is 4.95.
4.95? For 20 years?
It would be a 30-year bond term with 26 years of payments. Yeah.
My only question for the police chief is, there's been references in the staff report that this is going to allow you to consolidate numerous operations into one building. How many additional staff do you anticipate? I don't want to know name of units, the type of activities, just number of staff do you anticipate being able to consolidate? Because right now we lease numerous offices across the city for the police operations, from substations to specialty uses. I'm trying to get an understanding is, are we going to have any savings from not having to continue those leases since we're building a much bigger headquarters?
We would consolidate maybe 100 more people into headquarters. And that ebbs and flows depending on what the priority is at the time.
Do you anticipate that any of your existing leases across the city in private commercial properties would no longer be needed if the headquarters is built?
Perhaps one.
Okay, that's good enough for me. Thank you. Yes. I appreciate your staff time, and Mayor, thank you for being honest, even though you're late.
I want to correct one thing. I said about 47 million. The adopted budget has us at 47.7 million of the emergency general fund for the budget year.
And let me just say thank you. I was just telling the city manager, this is exactly the robust conversation we should be having out in the public so that everybody can talk about the finances of the city. And everything that I think should have been discussed was discussed here today, so thank you. And thank you, Santino, for all of your information, and Ruthie, both of you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the debate. I'm going to have a couple of comments. You don't have to sit for the Santino. Thank you for that. A great presentation, great comments, great questions. So I'm going to ask my colleagues kind of a facetious question. I mean, you've all been to not the annex, but the actual PD headquarters building. I think we've all been there. Who's willing to move their staff, with the condition the building is in right now, to move their office and their staff there? Because I'm not. I wouldn't be willing to move our staff there. It wouldn't be appropriate, and I think I'd get a lot of complaints from staff if that was the case. Is anyone willing to do that? Anyone comfortable doing that?
I used to work in the basement, and it was not all that.
Okay.
I'm willing to go there.
Okay, so we have one. So we'll make sure that Chief, can you get Council Vice President in office there,
Second.
please?
Save me a big corner office. I'll take my whole staff there, and we'll enjoy the additional security for free and the no
Yeah.
rent charges.
So
and
we
I'm
have
sure you guys get free
yeah.
copies.
We have one of 7. And look, this is something that probably should have happened a long time ago, and it hasn't. And there's a staff report that outlines all the problems. But of course, being on the council for 6 years, over the years, I've heard of different problems, whether it's the power systems or the HVAC systems. I mean, it's really cold in the winter, it's really hot in the summer. And these are folks that make very important decisions that impact the lives of our residents. I mean, they say the biggest issue is public safety because that's the worst day of your life, and you want to make sure the operation works. This is not about cosmetic issues. Cosmetic issues aren't the issue. These are serious issues that affect the quality of the life and the work environment of folks working in that building, including dispatch. So, you know, I'm happy to see that we are moving forward with this after so long. I know there are recent media reports about this, and I love how certain outlets are always quick to criticize law enforcement at every turn, not recognize the acts of valor they perform every day on the job, even the ones that are the higher profile acts of valor. And whenever we try to take a move to improve working conditions so they can make better decisions, they still criticize. And that's the environment we're in. But we know what the reality is out there, and the voters have showed us. They support law enforcement. So I don't want to turn this into a debate about whether it's good for law enforcement, you know, pro-law enforcement or anti-law enforcement. I think the voters have done that. This is an issue of it. This is a good financial decision for this city. And this city has consistently demonstrated in the last several years, we pass balanced budgets. We are very good fiscal stewards. That's the reason why our credit rating is so darn high. This is the appropriate time to borrow and borrow responsibly because the cost is going to be less, and we have to consider something. I've been doing this for 6 years. There are some things folks ask for, public improvements in the community. You would not believe how costs have ballooned. I mean, for you at home, everything's more expensive. Inflation's crazy. But I can tell you, putting in a traffic signal, putting in left turn phasing, putting in sidewalks, resealing, surfacing roads, costs have gone up. And there's a lot of reasons why, but they've, in some cases, gone up more than double. And if we did this 20 years ago, it had been paid off, but we didn't have really the capacity or the financial position. We have that now more than ever before. We'll actually save taxpayers money if we do this now, but the most important thing is the enhanced public services. I've been fortunate to go and visit the dispatch, all of us have, and I can tell you, it's a hard environment. There's long hours, you're in a dark room, and the fact that there's asbestos in that building doesn't sit right with me. That is a fact. That's not made up, that the reports show that. We can treat our law enforcement better, and if we can't, shame on us. And I think we're about to correct that today, and we're doing it in a very fiscally responsible way. This shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody, as the mayor said. So I really do appreciate all the debate. I'm ready to move forward in a very fiscally responsible way. I know I say that word a lot, but that does matter. And we're also doing something that's going to provide great public benefit to this city that we should have done a long time ago. So any other council members punched up or any motions on the table?
Council President, I just want to say one last comment to the administration. You know, we have several community centers in the city that are the same age as the fire headquarters, the police headquarters, same asbestos conditions. And we've asked those community centers to wait 20, 30 years for there to be enough Measure P dollars to renovate them. So I'm looking forward to a conversation where, given that we have $50 million of additional bonding capacity, where we also look at bonding those other centers that are meant for the public to utilize on a daily basis. Just a final note, the sewer lift station at City Hall, it's been 7 years. And we're barely getting around to replacing it because we've been waiting for money to stack up and to replace it. So it's not that police doesn't need it. There's several other, community facilities that we own. The water tower, the Veterans Memorial Hall needs $15 million. but we've been fiscal stewards to not borrow money, instead of wait for grant funds, pay as you go, charge impact fees. So I want to see the same level of support for Veterans Memorial Auditorium and for a community center to borrow and invest in those buildings as we have done for police and fire. That's the only thing I ask as we go forward in these budget conversations.
Yeah, and look forward to those discussions. Our challenge with Measure P dollars, as we all know here, is you can't bond against them like we're bonding here. But one of the things we can do is to bond and pay back future with park impact fees. And we've been utilizing those as well. So look forward to having those discussions.
Okay, so let's start off with the JPFA. So that includes myself, Councilmember Esparza, and the mayor. Is there a motion on this item?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Esparza. Any opposition? So that item passes 3-0. Bringing this back to the council. We had a motion from Councilmember Maxwell, seconded by Council Vice President. Any opposition? There being none, the item passes 7-0. Thank you very much. We're going to move on. We've had folks that are very patient. We're about an hour and 24 minutes behind. They are scheduled to speak. I do want to say I did get one note that Mr. Tom Griffin will unfortunately not be able to be here today, but he was scheduled to speak at 10:15. We thank him for following the process and getting on the agenda. We're going to start by bringing up John Colwell regarding alternative methods to chicken ordinance. Mr. Colwell, are you here? I am not seeing Mr. Colwell, so we're going to move on at this time. Our next speaker, scheduled at 10:03, is Debbie Nard regarding adequate public notice of text amendment. Is Ms. Nard here? Okay, we're going to move on to Paula Moradian regarding Prospect Apartments. And she is coming up.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Oh, is she here? No, I know. Go. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. No, let her go.
Sorry.
Debbie, yeah, you can go first, of course.
All right. Thank you. Debbie Nard, 3550 West Spruce, a resident for 40 years. Good morning, Council President Karbasi and council members. I am here today to ask that we be notified as soon as it is known to this office when this office to residential text amendment will be heard. Our stakeholders, resident property owners, have continued to show up to be heard and to support our efforts, even though this has been going on for 9 long months. The meetings were constantly scheduled and canceled at the last minute, twice on the same day. Once the meeting was finally held, recruited activists showed up and we were unable to finish our speech, even though the number of cards was at the discretionary level. Our time was limited to 2 minutes. We also showed up for a meeting at 9:30 a.m. and our matter would not have come up until 2 p.m. Our people had appointments and commitments and slowly left. We have witnessed some extraordinary accommodation for certain groups and individuals at recent meetings. Our stakeholders, resident property owners, require adequate notice to clear their schedules for an unspecified period of time during the day. The 5.5 days afforded to us by the published agenda is not adequate to make those arrangements. We are very interested in this, and we want to attend the meeting. We would respectfully ask to be notified by Mr. Karbasi as soon as it is known when this extremely important issue to us is scheduled. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Paula, you are up.
Good morning, President Karbasi and members of the City Council. We are here today to request 2 things. Number 1, we would like the council to address the environmental issues that the judge left for you to decide within 60 days of July 14th, 2025. Approximately 30 days have already passed. It is our understanding that separate environmental studies are required and that the city no longer relies on blanket environmental studies. Traffic and air quality have long been concerns for this project located in such close proximity to an elementary school, city park, and residential neighborhood. On the other hand, if the council finds that this project meets the requirements for a categorical exemption from CEQA, what conditions of approval will be attached to the project? We have several concerns about problems. Number two, we have several concerns about problems that already exist in our neighborhood that have been caused by decisions made and implemented by the city. They will be exacerbated by the street parking and traffic generated by an 82-unit apartment complex. We outlined these concerns in a document dated July 17, 2021. It was signed by 929 neighborhood constituents and turned into the planning department. This document is in the record. As you know, we last appeared before you on June 17th regarding the text amendment. We have heard that the next meeting will be today as we were leaving City Hall. However, we are aware that the published agenda is the final word. We were looking forward to a break, but the Prospect project was approved a couple days earlier. We composed a letter to Mr. Carbasi asking for a meeting. We wanted to discuss 7 items. 3 of those concerned traffic and the Prospect intersection, not the apartments. 1 concerned the text amendment. The other 3 could be considered related to the Prospect apartment development. He wrote a reply to our letter. He referred us to the planning department for our concerns regarding the unworkable roundabout, traffic, and the long-promised road from Prospect to Valentine. He also said that the state law exempts some projects from having to fully address those impacts. Mr. Carbasi did reference the Prospect apartment ruling. He stated that despite media reports, it's still unclear whether the council will need to revisit this issue. The judge's ruling seemed very clear. Within the next 60 days, the city council is to determine whether a categorical exemption from CEQA applies to this project. The court is expressing no opinion on whether the South Fresno Community Alliance versus City of Fresno decision or the recent enactment of AB 130 is relevant, nor is it preventing the council from considering them should they find them to be relevant. Should the council find that the project meets the requirements for a categorical exemption from CEQA, the city council is to decide what conditions of approval should attach to the project. The last directive is also to be determined within the next 60 days.
Thank you, Paula. Next, we have Dennis Nard, followed by Susan Griffin.
Back again. Thank you. Good morning, councilmen and women, excuse me. Again, our group here is to express our interest in the environmental issues that the court left to the council to decide. Due to the serious traffic and inadequate infrastructure issues, we hope that the environmental and traffic studies will be required. Now that the agenda has been published for future meetings, we do see that this is going to come up on September 11th at 9:20 a.m. However, we are pretty disgusted and appalled that such an important matter for our neighborhood is not being addressed until the 59th day of the 60-day time period. Mr. Carbasi further stated that the text amendment would not be on the agenda and the date had not been set. He says that it is delayed. Mr. Carbasi also referred us to the planning department and said that he had secured nearly $300,000 for road repairs in the area and is committed to raising the needed funds until the work is complete. The goal is to improve traffic flow, emergency access, and safe routes to school. This all sounds nice, but $300,000 is not very much to do what needs to be done at this intersection. This was going to be addressed in the 2024 budget with several $1 million, but that was dropped almost immediately. The city needs money, so it'll be very interesting to see how long and arduous the process is going to be to get the money for this project. It needs to become a priority. A neighbor wrote a second letter to Mr. Carbasi asking us to meet as requested in our first letter. This letter and some personal variations have been sent in by neighbors for approximately the last 3 weeks. We had received no reply until the email 2 days ago, excuse me. Since we have now learned how to get access to the council, we requested this time to speak. Monday night at 11 o'clock, Mr. Karbasi did respond to some of the constituents with these items and indicates that he could not meet with us because of a, quote, quasi-judicial, unquote, in nature. He encouraged us to contact Ashley Swearton and Steve Brandow in our state legislature, which is ridiculous because they have nothing to do with this at this time. He also advised us to continue to contact council members, which we are in the process of doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Next, we do have Susan Griffin, if you're here. You'll have 3 minutes, Susan.
Good morning, council members, and thank you for having us here. In referring to Mr. Karbasi, he does say, quote, "I believe that this rezone was done in the process that ultimately skirted by within a minimal standard of what is technically legal, but left residents feeling blindsided, which is not how the city of Fresno should conduct business. We agree, and we said as much in our speech to the Planning Commission last year, but unfortunately nothing has changed. Last summer, just a couple of weeks after our July 25th meeting with you on this prospect issue, the text amendment went out to the Project Review Committee unbeknownst to us. As you know, it was snuck into the planning notices the Wednesday night, the week before Thanksgiving, and we had 30 days to respond, which ended on December 20th. If we did not follow the planning notices closely, we fear that it would have passed months ago. We have seen a lot of disappointing things. We have no idea why the planning department took over 500 days to advise petitioner that he was out of compliance and another 4 months to approve the project. As usual, it was approved on the first day of Easter break and a couple of weeks after an election. Whatever the reason, it was very unfortunate to our neighborhood. It should be obvious that we care about our neighborhood, and yet one huge apartment complex that we do not have the infrastructure to support is not enough. The city also wants to inflict another larger complex on the only other feeder street into our neighborhood through the text amendment. Again, we realize the text amendment only designates these parcels for those uses. But once designated, if a developer wants to build, he's able to do so. In conclusion, we hope that the very important issue of the environmental requirements left to the city by Judge Whalen will be dealt with before September 11th, that we will be notified of this hearing. We need some help with the prospect intersection, serious commitment, funding, and a general timeline to mitigate the problem that inflicted our neighborhood by the city years ago, and now compounded with high-density housing, refusal to consider any of the other problems repeatedly brought to your attention. We want progress, but development that overloads our infrastructure is not progress for our neighborhood. It's postponing harm. We are not asking you to stop development. We are asking you to make reasonable decisions for our future generations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Those are all the folks we have for the scheduled appearances before the council. I just want to state a few things on the record. I have received numerous form emails, which means it's the same email that's copied and pasted or forwarded to me regarding this issue. I've responded to both of them. And yes, one was very recently, and yes, it was late at night because we all work a lot, as we should, because you pay us to do that. But what hasn't helped is the misinformation that's spreading. Somebody said that something was going to be heard at today's meeting. That was not correct, and that led to a lot of frustration among the neighborhood. That didn't help. I do want to state this. The process for being notified, We do publish our agendas following the Brown Act. That is the legal process of doing that. There is no mechanism for me to tell you beforehand it's going to be on, because you have seen things happen. Things do get delayed, whether staff has to delay it, an applicant has to delay it. There is a legal issue. Unfortunately, if I tell you it's going to be on, you have seen how things can get delayed. There's nothing sinister. That happens all the time with all sorts of things. That is the process of doing business in a public setting. It's a very complicated process. But I see how it's frustrating for folks because they want to schedule their time to be here. I understand. The meeting request that was mentioned did call for many items. It was also reopening a lot of issues brought up when the item was regarding the apartments came before the council. I'm going to have the city attorney reiterate what quasi-judicial means, if you wouldn't mind doing that, city attorney, and why that limits my ability to meet with the public on this issue.
Yeah, no problem. So a quasi-judicial proceeding is different from a legislative proceeding where you're passing policy. The council essentially sits as judges in looking at facts and weighing evidence. And so I've instructed the council to not engage with members of the public because it could show bias. If you show bias, you're going to have to recuse yourself, or the decision could be undone by a court or a judge at a future date.
And the first part of that means I would not be able to participate in an item regarding my district to represent my residents.
Correct, because you'd be demonstrating bias, and you're supposed to be impartial while you're listening to the evidence and to the facts.
Right. Yes, so just to clarify, that's something I'm not willing to do. If people ask me when you're done with this office, what did you like the least about it, that will be the issue, that there are certain items that limit my ability to meet with residents. It is frustrating for me. It is especially frustrating for the public because they want to be heard by their elected official. What I will say, and there's proof of this, every opportunity has been afforded to the public to provide information on the record and to be here and speak. And that is why this council last July rejected the item. They followed my recommendation, my motion, and the item was rejected 4-3. Now, we do not control the court system. I know that's very frustrating. It's been frustrating for the city as well. So that's all I can say at this time. Oh, I will add one thing. Yes, my letter did mention former Councilmember Brandau and former Mayor Swearingen. And I don't think it's ridiculous that I mentioned that. I'll tell you why. The property was rezoned, which made that a by right development. There was a property just adjacent to that, south of what was then Faulkner Elementary. And the reason why there's nothing there is because it would require a rezone, and we had a community meeting, and I was able to go to that meeting because it wasn't quasi-judicial, and I said, over my dead body, will I ever rezone that property? And I kept my word on that. The people that made it possible for this to happen are Mayor Swearingen and former Councilmember Brandau. That's why I say call them, because I know you're frustrated, but it wasn't this council and it wasn't this mayor that broke the promises that were made to you a long time ago. And I know that's frustrating, but we have to get everything on the record because I got to be frank with you. I'm very frustrated to be in this position, just as much as you are. So thank you very much. So we're going to move on now to our next item. It is the consent calendar. Just to clarify, do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? And then pulled items will be heard immediately after consent. Okay, there being none. No, we have to do a public comment. Sorry. Would any members of the public like to speak on items on the consent calendar or contest the consent item? If so, each speaker has 3 minutes. Please identify the item you'll comment about at the beginning of your comments. I do have quite a few cards. So we're going to do this. I've had 2 groups requesting to be heard before lunch. We try our best to accommodate folks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call 2 folks that are here to speak on an item that was removed from the agenda. So we're going to start with Ophelia, if you're here. And then next we have, forgive me if I mispronounced, it's M-A-I-T-E Duarte. You will speak after Ophelia. And then we're going to go back to the other group. Yes, please, go. You have 3 minutes.
Perdón, voy a necesitar traducción. Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Ofelia Ochoa de Organización Las Panchas.
Good morning, my name is Ofelia Ochoa from Las Panchas Organization.
Gracias por darme la oportunidad de estar aquí.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity for being here today.
Voy a hablar sobre el proyecto al oeste de la avenida South Cherry, aquí en Fresno.
I'm going to speak about the project west of South Cherry Avenue.
La comunidad necesita una condición adicional de aprobación para garantizar rutas seguras.
The community needs an additional condition for approval to guarantee routes, safe routes,
A la escuela y que el tráfico de camiones no afecte las áreas residenciales.
safe routes to school, and that school bus traffic does not affect residential areas
Existentes en las áreas no incorporadas del condado al sur de la instalación.
that these buses do not affect the existing residential areas and that are not incorporated south of the county.
Si se aprueba el proyecto, todo el tráfico de camiones hacia y desde la instalación regional del transporte
If this project is approved, all of the school bus traffic to and from the regional installation, the Central for Transportation,
La central propuesta se restringirá al acceso a la instalación desde Norte Avenue, utilizando South Cherry Avenue.
this proposal will restrain the access to the installations of North Avenue, utilizing the South Cherry Avenue.
Ya. Ok, ¿me puede ayudar esto? Bueno, creo que la traducción está un poquito incorrecta, pero de igual manera aquí traigo una carta en inglés que les voy a dejar a todos ustedes de los puntos que estamos hablando, ¿ok?
I'm not sure if the translation is coming through appropriately, but I do have a letter here that talks about all the points that are in this same letter that I have here.
Y pues no voy a seguir leyendo esto, voy a hablar de mi corazón. Me uno a la comunidad que va a ser afectada y me uno al Consejo de Liderazgo para oponernos a este proyecto.
I won't keep speaking from this letter. I'm going to speak from my heart now. I am joining the community that will be affected as part of this as part of this group, and I join the opposal of this project
Debido a varios puntos.
due to several factors.
El aire, contaminación, más contaminación del aire,
The air contamination,
mucho ruido con este proyecto.
a lot of noise due to this
Las
project.
carreteras van a ser sumamente afectadas.
The roads will be greatly
Las
affected.
familias afectadas.
The families will be
Los
affected.
niños no van a poder salir al recreo, los estudiantes.
The children will not be able to
Hay
go to
muchos
recess.
puntos que quiero que tomen buenas decisiones
There are several factors that I would like you to
para el
make good
futuro de estas
decisions
familias.
for the future of this family.
Gracias.
Thank you.
¿A quién le puedo entregar esto?
Thank you.
Ok,
Bernard.
gracias.
Okay, next we have Ms. Duarte, first name M-A-I-T-E. I don't want to mispronounce it if you're here. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, Ms. Duarte isn't here, so I'll be speaking today.
Okay, what we're going to do is you have to fill out a card.
I did.
Oh, okay, then what
Sandra?
I'll do is we're going to have to come back to you.
Okay.
Sorry, we'll come back. What's your name?
Sandra?
Sorry, Sandra, let me see. Yep, I have your card. I will call you next when we come back to you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Because this is actually unscheduled communication. We wanted to accommodate you before lunch if possible, but we have people that are scheduled to speak on unscheduled, so we'll try and get to you as soon as we can. Okay, going back, I have Amanda Galvez here to speak. And you will have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Amada Galaviz, and I'm a sergeant with the Fresno Police Department. I'm here to speak in support of the new building. As an employee that has worked there for several years, I've seen various things. Multiple times we have to call for our air conditioning, and almost weekly, sometimes daily, for them to come out and repair it. And through the winter time, same thing for the heat. We also deal with our electrical issues that not only affects just one floor, but affects multiple floors in HQ. But the most important topic that I think that we need to talk about is the overall health of our employees. We wipe down our desk every day, and there's black dust from asbestos. If we think about that and the longevity and health of the employees that we have that are out there working, fighting crime within the city, think of all the medical and health consequences that we do have. I think that it's something that's needed. We have grown out of this building, and so it's something that we as employees need, not just for a better building, but for overall health. Thank you guys for hearing it.
It sounds like a workman's comp claim.
Thank you so much. Next, we're going to have Jeff LeBlue following Mr. LeBlue. I'm sorry, we're going to come back to him then. We're going to call Sergeant Van Overbeek. And after Sergeant, after you, it'll be Scott May.
Good morning, members of City Council. I am here to express, my name is Sergeant Martin Van Overbeek. I am here to express my endorsement for a new police headquarters. I've worked for the city at the police department for 29 years, worked out of headquarters for a number of those years, and currently I'm in charge of the property and evidence room. The property and evidence room, the main booking area for booking all evidence, found property, is there at police headquarters. We're dealing with, as you know, a building that is 65 years old and an infrastructure that was built around that building. So whenever there's problems, and as you just heard, air conditioning is a daily problem because of the building is so old that our employees have to continue working. We unfortunately don't get to go home and work from home to try and release property and evidence. Additionally, we have citizens coming in every day to get their property released to them in these same conditions. On average, we're booking about 3,500 pieces of items each month, all of which pass through our property room. The storage areas that are there now are split up into 3 separate areas, along with our main storage, which is off-site. But that makes it not conducive to conduct these releases every single day. On average, we release about 4,000 items to citizens a year. Of those, which a lot of the folks that we serve where we're releasing property is those of our unhoused community. Because when they, unfortunately, if they get booked into jail or they get taken on a medical issue, we end up holding on to their property and subsequently release it to them later on. When we have all these visitors, approximately 500 visitors a month just coming to see us in the building, they go through the regular process like everyone does to get seen. Then they have to go down the elevator and down the hall past, basically some key areas, ComCen area, our dispatcher's break area, and crime scene investigations, which is not ideal to have them passing by all these areas where all this activity is going on. Additionally, during large releases, we have a lot of stuff that has to get out the door, and we release a lot of guns when people are lawfully able to get them. It's not very convenient to have somebody who has 20 guns that were seized to be leaving headquarters with 20 guns. So we have to make arrangements to try and, the last thing we want is somebody calling the police saying there's somebody walking on the Mariposa Mall with 20 guns. Am I getting close or am I done? Does that mean I'm done?
Time. Thank you.
Okay.
3 minutes. It goes by fast, doesn't it?
It does, man.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Yep, next we have Scott May, followed by Kelly Kiefer.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Scott May. I'm a supervising crime scene technician. I've been at the police department for 17 years, and I've oversaw Mr. Maxwell. I trained him in 2017 to be a crime scene technician. So we have 20 highly trained crime scene technicians in HQ. We're based in the basement, and Again, AC issues, constantly electrical issues. The way that the electrical issues work, our homicide's the floor above us, and their panel is where we're at, so we're constantly getting calls from them to reset their breakers because their coffee machine or their refrigerator went out. But more importantly, our evidence room is too small. When we bring evidence back from like a homicide or a sexual assault or something, it all goes in that same room. But that's the only room that we have for any large items of evidence. So we have to stop to do drug testing. We have to stop to do large search warrants. When other units have large search warrants that have a lot of evidence, we'll have to stop our process to put everything away in our lockers to wait for them to do their processing, because we have lockers, we can store it for a little while to go back to work. They don't have that option, and that's the only room we have for large evidence. Let's see. We'd also, for in favor of a new headquarters, we need a lab that's clean. We have one that's not a clean environment for collecting DNA, so we have to do DNA separate from fingerprints. And if we had a smaller a secondary lab where we can collect DNA and process for fingerprints at the same time, we'd be more successful in getting fingerprints, which would help the community. We also have an area where we we dry our clothes that are bloody or wet somehow. It's outside. It's in a secure area, yes, but we do have to go outside at all hours of the day and night at our ramp area that's open to the public. It's locked behind 2 locked doors, but we have to go out there to get our evidence, to photograph it and things like that. And in multiple occasions, we've had to call patrol to come and help us with individuals on our ramp that were causing disturbances. We actually have a policy now that we lock ourselves in that cage area for safety. So that's not a safe environment for my people to be. My people are not sworn, they're civilian employees, so we don't have any other way to protect ourselves other than calling the police just like everyone else. But with these issues that we also have plumbing issues with our prison processing area. I'm sure a newer, upgraded plumbing area would be fantastic. Constantly, we're finding shirts and things down the drains that the arrestees put down the drains, and we've had major issues from that where sewage is coming up inside of our office, inside of our hallway. And then we have to call the plumber out, and it's emergency all hours of the days and nights, and we have people in there constantly, and it's also not safe for our arrestees. But thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Rudy Montoya. Good to see you again.
Good morning. My name is Rudy Montoya. I'm a police officer with the city of Fresno. I've been in law enforcement over 30 years. My current assignment, I'm a homicide detective with the police department. And what I'm here to talk about is that when we have loved ones of murder victims that come down to our headquarters, we don't have the adequate facility to be able to support family members and or witnesses. When we come back into the police headquarters at 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, there's been times where we've had witnesses sitting in the hallway all the way from the lobby to M Street. There's just nowhere to put people. Also, with the family members of the victims of these horrendous crimes, we don't have anywhere of privacy to deliver the worst news to these people that they're going to ever hear. And oftentimes, we're in an open area where people can hear that. That's not something we like to do, and I'm quite certain experiencing that firsthand, that is not something that they want to hear. We've had to have family members sit in Mariposa Mall because we have a secured facility waiting till we get back. They're sitting out there at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. It's pitch black out there. Limited lighting or diminished lighting for those family members to be out there. That's just not a good way to do business. So that's why I came here to talk about the inadequacies that we have to support these families in the current assignment that I'm involved with right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we're going to go back to, we have room for one more public comment to the folks left cards for the Cherry item. This is unscheduled communication. We hear that anytime in the meeting we're trying to accommodate you. Is there anyone that has to leave before lunch? You get one more shot. Oh, okay, you can come on over. Okay, come on back. We'll hear you, absolutely. Kind of critical. Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Terry Hirschfield. I'm the superintendent at Orange Center School District. I'm here representing the 260 students, 65 staff members, and 150 families who walk through our doors every day. Orange Center School was established in 1876, and in 2026, we will proudly be celebrating our 150th anniversary. For nearly a century and a half, our school has been the heart of the community, a safe and healthy place for our families to gather, a center for high-quality, culturally responsive education, and a place where respect and inclusion are non-negotiable. I'm here today to state clearly that Orange Center School District does not support the proposed annexation, pre-zoning, or the construction of the Central Transport Trucking Facility. Our community is already overburdened. We are in one of the most polluted areas in California and almost in the nation. Cherry Avenue already suffers from dangerous truck traffic. At our school, students and staff experience daily noise, vibrations, and dust from heavy diesel traffic. Adding more trucks will make this worse. The city of Fresno currently lacks the infrastructure and resources to adequately enforce code violations in this area. The South Central Specific Plan, which I, along with other community members, have been working on since 2020, still has not been adopted, nor has the South Central Fresno AB 6117 Community Truck Reroute Study. These unfinished plans are meant to address exactly the kinds of issues this project will make worse. While Orange Center lies outside Fresno city limits, the decisions you make here directly impact our children, our families, and our educational partners. I urge you with the responsibility not just for the city of Fresno, but for all neighboring communities. Orange Center has stood for almost 150 years, and we will continue to stand up for the health, safety, and well-being of our students and families. We ask that you do the same and stick up for our kids. Thank you for hearing us. We appreciate you.
Okay, thank you. With that, it is 12 o'clock. We're going to break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:30, where we will resume public comment on consent, contested consent, and closed session items. Thank you very much. Okay, everyone, we're going to resume the meeting. Thank you all. I hope you all had a good lunch break. I just want to state, I know a lot of folks come in for public comment. Today's been a day where we've had more public comment than in recent time. I do appreciate the public's patience. We want to get to everybody. We do have rules and procedures, and you've all been really patient. I know how hard it is to come down here, to park, and to have to wait. But we do recognize that you're here, and we're going to get to everyone, and you'll all have 3 minutes to speak as well. So moving on with public comment, we do have some folks from, so we're not going to go to unscheduled communication. We're going to stay with the agenda. We're focusing on closed session, contested consent, and the consent calendar. We do have some folks from, cards from folks with law enforcement. Are they here? Okay, so they're not going to be speaking. Okay, so these cards will go this way. And then let's see what we have next. Sorry about that, folks. Are there still some folks from regarding the Cherry Avenue item? We have Sandra Ariola Hernandez. Okay, you want to come up? Thanks again for being patient.
Fresno City.
On. Microphone, sorry. You're good.
Do I lower? Oh.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, please. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you so much. Great.
I'll start again. Hello. As I sit here and I listen to the agendas here at Fresno City, I've heard a lot of good things happening in the community. Vaccines, backpack drives, parks opening, and efforts made at making Fresno a cleaner, healthier community. After listening to council members debate over the new police headquarters and the priority to health, as health seems to be the reoccurring theme today, it makes me wonder about what about the health of the people living in South Central of Fresno. The project being proposed right next to Orange Center Elementary seems to completely omit and disregard the health of students and families of the school. Orange Center is located on Cherry by Central Avenue, close to the infamous Amazon and Ulta facilities. My family has lived in the area for 25 years, and I attended Orange Center, as do my children now. As a mother of 3 children, nothing matters more than my children's health and safety. That's why I'm so upset and angry that the city of Fresno is, again, considering approving heavy industrial projects so close to where our children learn and play. Orange Center is not only a school, it's the only true community space we have in the area. Our children shouldn't have to breathe in polluted air from trucks and industry, whether it's safe to go, or wonder whether it's safe to go outside for recess, or question whether it's safe enough to cross the street to get to school. School has only been in session for 3 days, and already there are semi-trucks speeding dangerously past the school. Approving this project will only bring more of that, day after day, for years to come. This is especially frustrating because the city has stated and has stalled the South Central specific plan, a plan that was meant to prioritize our community's health and safety. It was supposed to be developed with the community to create protections and safeguards before any new industrial development was even considered. Instead, it has been left unfinished and forgotten, and now we are being asked to accept a project that ignores the very protections we worked so hard for these last couple years. The city knows the dangers, and I know that putting heavy industry next to homes, schools harms children's health, increases asthma rates, raises safety risk, and damages quality of life, and yet they propose the location. That tells me that profits and development are being prioritized over our children's well-being. We've worked hard to give our children a chance at a better life. They deserve to grow up in an environment that protects them, not one that puts them in harm's way. The students of Orange Center are not expendable. Their safety must come before the industrial profit. I'm asking the city to do better for the children, for the families, and the future of South Central Fresno. Show us that you value the lives of the health of the people that you serve more than short-term gains of industry. Plan with us the community that industries are trying to push out, and let's help us build a better South Central Fresno community we can all be proud of. Our children and community deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you again for your patience. I have a few more cards regarding this item. Forgive me, I'm going to pronounce the name wrong. Last name is Duarte. Maite is the first name. Okay. Ponfilo Cirillo. Mr. Cirillo, are you here? Okay. Fabian Orahel. And I have Rosa, I'm sorry, I think I called that one. No, Rosa Ariola? Okay. What about Jorge? Okay. You want to come on up? That's not a problem. We can have translation for him. He can come right on up. One moment, though, right there.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Jorge Arriola, vivo al sur de Fresno, exactamente en la American, y tenemos el problema de transporte, que no estamos de acuerdo, porque nuestra comunidad está muy afectada por los camiones grandes que pasan enfrente de mi casa. Las carreteras están muy dañadas, y especialmente mi casa tiene quebraduras las ventanas por la vibración.
Para poder interpretarle.
Ah, que disculpe.
No se preocupe. I'm sorry. I'm on autopilot here. My name is Jorge Ariola. I live in the south of Fresno, specifically on American Avenue. And the problem we are having now is with the transportation, with the street that is full of trucks. And I'm here because we are opposing this project. Siga.
Sí, toda mi familia está en desacuerdo por este proyecto, que siguen cerca de nuestras escuelas y afecta especialmente mi negocio, que como pueden ver es de agricultura.
My family and I oppose this project because it affects our families and the families around us. And it's also affecting my business, which is part of the agricultural sector.
La compañía esta está diciendo que se va a beneficiar con un proyecto millonario, por lo que afecta mi negocio y los trabajos de agricultura que hay en el valle. Entonces no estamos de acuerdo y estamos muy afectados por esta situación.
The company is going to have its own benefits, but it is going to affect my business and other businesses and several of the families in the area. Therefore, we do oppose this project.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Salud Duarte. Is Salud here? How about Montserrat Duarte? Okay. Anyone else here wishing to speak on that issue that was removed from the agenda? I think that's all the speakers in that. Okay. Good? Okay. Thank you so much, folks. We're going to go back to comments on consent calendar. So,
if I may, Council
yes,
President,
please.
I just want to remind the residents, señores y señoras, el tema va a regresar el 11 de septiembre, a la misma hora que está apuntada ahora, pero el 11 de septiembre. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to other items on the agenda so this is contested consent. Jose Leon Barraza. Mr. Braza, are you still here? Yep, Mr. Braza, it's your time to speak, sir. Oh, come on up. No, it's Mr. Okay, that's fine. No, not Manasio. Mr. Braza. Yeah, your turn, sir. Yes. Yes, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Hi, everybody. President Carbasi, members of the council, Mayor Jerry Dyer. First of all, I want to thank all of you because with your help, we have come a long ways. We have a park that's under construction, and we have the resources to promote a lot of the sports to improve the air quality, which happens to be terrible in Southeast Fresno. We're the worst in the nation, as you probably know. And but what we find rather interesting is that our wonderful city officials forget about the history of the project and the wonderful partnership we've had from the beginning. That place, 49 acres, donated to you by the National Park Service, had been sitting there idle for a long time. By now, it must be 25 years. And we, at that time, I was CEO of the nonprofit Southeast Fresno Community Economic Development Association, along with the partnership of many other groups, including the Southeast Fresno Youth Soccer League, the Fresno Hispanic Adult Soccer League, the Fresno Latino Educational Roundtable has been also participating in helping us inform the public about this important project. Right now, Gabriel Lozano, who was actually my assistant at the time when we were working very hard, is also helping us with his own community group of Southeast Fresno Friends. A lot of good people have participated in this process. And you know, in order to encourage residents to participate and partner with you, it has to be a two-way process. It can't just be recognition to the city of Fresno and the heck with the community. No, that's not the way it works. It should be recognition for everybody. Your participation is very important, and we don't take it lightly. We appreciate it. We say thank you to you, to the mayor, to council members, because things have happened with your participation. However, that project would not have happened without the participation and the help of the many volunteers that came to our area. We planted trees. We put an irrigation system that didn't cost the city of Fresno anything. We even adopted a park that wasn't a park, and we did it for several years. We cleaned up the place. A lot of good things happened. And all we're asking you is that if you could please recognize the community as you're making a determination to name this new park. Thank you very much, and you have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have Jacqueline Pearson. Again, thank you for being patient.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Pearson. I'm a current resident of District 3, a former resident of District 4, and have worked in and patroned businesses in Districts 1, 2, 5, 6, and 7. I'm here to address the agenda item for the Lowell Street Sweeping Resolution. It was not my desire to solely platform the concerns of my community, but as I only became aware of the presence of this agenda item this morning, and many of my community members are either working or responsible for providing family support, my response only represents a small fraction of the concern and passion my community holds. My ask is that this resolution would not be voted on today so that my neighbors who originally brought this concern to the attention of our city council member would be able to participate further in this conversation, and that it would not result in this unnecessary conflict between the council and my community. My comment today is only a small portion of the history, information collected through community survey, and solutions the community has created. In the 2000s, two organizations, Lowell Neighborhood Association and Unión de Familias, worked together to fight for the existing street sweeping schedule. And this was because there are a large amount of rental units in the neighborhood. We greatly appreciate that the 52 tons of waste, that's 1 ton per week, that accumulates annually has been eliminated by the city. And community survey data shows that 97.3% of residents appreciate the cleanliness of our streets. We also appreciate that one of our main concerns, inconsistent and exorbitant ticketing policies, is being addressed in this resolution. However, we are deeply concerned that the schedule of the street sweeping is set to dramatically shift from weekly sweeping to monthly sweeping, something that community survey data shows 83.7% of surveyors disagree with. The majority of the community desires to see weekly street sweeping continue without excessive ticketing by the city. Our community has multiple solutions to discuss further, including changing the start time of street sweeping to a later time in the day, and that any funds collected from penalties be proportionately distributed back into our community. If there's a concern that the Lowell neighborhood has received special treatment, I would ask that you consider a different perspective on this issue. We don't want to be treated better than any other neighborhood, but want our neighborhood and other disenfranchised neighborhoods to receive services from the city that takes into consideration the challenges its constituents navigate. I imagine there are other marginalized neighborhoods like Lowell throughout each of your districts that would benefit from more frequent street sweeping, and we would celebrate this progress occurring throughout the city, as it's been one of the many ways the city and community have pursued flourishing together. I believe the city's intent is to provide equitable services to marginalized neighborhoods, and that Lowell should not be the exception, but the example to follow. So I humbly ask this conversation not.
Thank you so much. Next, we're going to have Humberto Campos. Is there a Mr. Campos here? Okay. Okay, thank you. Dr. Alfredo Cuellar. Thank you.
Honorable Fresno City Council, Honorable Mayor Dyer, I stand before you today to urge you support in naming the Southeast Park and Sport Complex in honor of Jose Leon Barraza, a man whose vision, leadership, and tireless advocacy opened doors for countless members of the Fresno community. Jose Leon Barraza dedicated his life to building opportunities for youth, fostering unity among our neighborhoods, and ensuring that Hispanic voices were heard in civic life. Naming this park after him would not only honor his remarkable legacy, it would send a clear message that the contribution of our Hispanic community are valued, visible, and celebrated. This is more than a name on a sign. It is a symbol of justice, recognition, and belonging for a community that has helped shape the very soul of Fresno. I ask you to join me in ensuring that future generations will gather, play, and grow in a place that proudly bears the name of a man who gave so much to this city. That was 1 minute and 15 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mayor Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council President. Thank you guys for having me. Thank you for the warm welcome. And you know what? I am here. My name's Frank Gonzalez, and I am the Mayor of Sanger. And again, thank you for welcoming me to the big city. I'm here to support Jose Leon Barraza. Just a real quick to let you know why. After I was elected in 2016, Mr. Barraza came to me as the Mayor of Sanger, and he was with this CEFCITA group, and they were looking for backing to try to keep this park vision alive. Well, of course, I jumped on board and I did everything I could as Mayor of Sanger to help reach out and get grant money, and what he did was basically pick up the baton and keep running with this vision, and I think he should be recognized for doing so. Although maybe not an entire park. There are some examples of dual name parks and places in the city of Sanger. One is Bob Bennett Stadium. There is Pete Biden Field at Bob Bennett Stadium. There could be some room for Mr. Barraza's name in that park because all of the work that he has done. And I just want to say thank you to Mr. Barraza. Thank you for the council for keeping this in consideration, and thank you all for doing what you do. I know it's not easy. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Next, we have Esther Carver.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Esther Carver, Executive Director of the Lowell Community Development Corporation. Today I'm speaking to address the Lowell Street Sweeping Resolution that's on the consent agenda. While the Lowell CDC supports a direction for a shift in policy that is equitable and best practice across our city, we need to address this resolution today because we are named on the resolution without prior conversation or approval from our organization. I have sent a memo to all the city council members that included a resident survey that Jackie talked about in her comments, and correcting City of Fresno's memo stating that the Lowell CDC was a part of this initial pilot project. We were not. We were not even in existence at that time. We have regular community meetings, and our community has been really passionate about this topic and would like to be part of this conversation. Our community actually met yesterday to discuss doing a workshop for council, and it wasn't until this morning after 9 a.m. that we were made aware that this was on the agenda today. And so, unfortunately, none of those community members could be here today during work hours when kids are still out of school to be able to present the community solutions here. So I respectfully ask that you pull this from the agenda and it be continued to another time to include more community conversation around the solutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Gaona.
I need your help. Could you help me here? Thank you. That's higher, please. I hope you're not counting me.
No, don't worry. We'll start.
Okay.
We won't start the time until you're ready to go.
Time
ready?
to smoke, okay.
There we go.
Honorable City Councilman, Mayor, thank you for this opportunity to address you. My name is Venancio Gaona, Chair of the Latino Educational Issues Roundtable. On January 9th, a letter was delivered to the City Hall for each of you from our organization. Today, I shall refer to and highlight the contents of that June 9th letter. On behalf of the Latino Educational Issues Roundtable, we respectfully recommend naming the new regional park in honor of Mr. Jose Leon Barraza, a visionary community leader whose decades-long service and legacy have deeply impacted the region. Mr. Barraza, born in Mexico, an immigrant, and a Southeast Fresno resident for over 50 years, earned degrees in business and public administration from Fresno State and served 34 years in Fresno County government. Including as Director of Economic Development, he also held leadership roles in Fresno County Regional Enterprise Zone Board and in the Fresno Area Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. After retiring, Mr. Barraza founded and led the Southeast Fresno Community Economic Development Association, SAUCEDA, an organization that partners with Fresno City College, the Fresno Economic Development Corporation, and others to promote development and civic engagement in underserved neighborhoods. He has worked tirelessly to attract investment, support local business growth, and empower residents to identify and meet community needs. Mr. Barraza was also instrumental in the grassroots effort to transform the USDA-donated land, long neglected, into new regional park. He mobilized residents, collaborated with local soccer leagues, led cleanups, planted trees, and persistently engaged city officials to make the park a reality. He further fostered unity through the SAUCEDA Trailblazer Celebration, an annual event honoring community leaders, promoting multicultural pride, and strengthening civic institutions. Naming the park after Mr. Barraza would only honor his lifelong leadership and perseverance, but also inspire future generations to believe in collective action and invest in their communities and work for equity. His name belongs alongside Fresno figures like Al Radka, Roding, Sal Mosqueda, and Les Kimber. Thank you very much. I think some of you have attended the SAUCEDA Trailblazer celebration. I hope you liked it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Gawana. Yeah. Next, we have Alan Mua. Come on up, sir, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members and Mayor Jerry Dyer. I'm here in support of naming the new 49-acre park, the Southeast Fresno Sports Complex. This name reflects exactly what this park is meant to be, a premier athletic facility for the Southeast Fresno region. It's clear, it's purposeful, and it aligns with the long-term vision for the full build-out. People will know right away that this is a place for recreation, community, and growth. I'm especially looking forward to the planned state-of-the-art gymnasium that, in addition to give us the indoor recreation space our community has been missing, complementing the outdoor fields and the amenities in a way that serves all ages and interests. Lastly, I appreciate that the city has shared plans to allow future amenities within the complex to be named after individuals, and I believe that this approach could let us honor the diversity of Southeast Fresno and the people who shaped it without overshadowing the unifying name of the complex itself. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I urge you to support the name Southeast Fresno Sports Complex as it represents the unity of and the future of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Jose Luis Barraza.
So I'm speaking on the same thing. Mayor Dyer, President Cabacia, members of the City Council. Once again, my name is Jose Luis Barraza. I'm a resident of Southeast Fresno. I am also co-founder of CEFCITA, and I have been part of this venture with Jose Leon Barraza, and I mean, now, note here, we're not related because of the last name. But we have been friends for many years, so I know his background very well. He's been presented to you, and I hope you're taking that into consideration. Naming is significant in our community. We have many children who have lack of identity of themselves. I was a victim of that in my times, born and raised in Southeast Fresno. At 73 years old, I'm still there, and I'm working it, and I'm trying to bring change, positive in the Hmong community, positive in the Mexicano community, positive in the general community as a whole, because we know as CEFCITA that the community is lacking in a lot of things, and parks was one of them, and we worked it for 14 years, and it was a cost. So what do we get for it? Finally, after 14 years, we got $8.5 million set aside of federal money on federal land, not city money and not city land. And it was not even going to be used for a park when that was the condition. Give it thought. If it was you for 14 years working towards a park, shouldn't you think that that name is significant to a community who needs to see other identities of themselves to say if they can do it, we can do it too. We have a high dropout in Southeast Fresno. Please consider Jose Leon Barraza. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Gabriel Lozano. Is he still here? Oh, Gabriel. I'll read what's on the card.
Hello, council members. Hello, Mayor. I'm a United States Navy veteran. I was born at Valley Medical Center. Actually, it was General Hospital in '67. I just wanted to give you the status at the time. The city was ready to give back the park space to the feds and David Sigenfeller. And Mr. Brazos is the one that had the plan and the vision. It was hard economic times for the city, for everybody, the residents. It's a high concentration of Latinos and a high concentration of apartments, and it was Mr. Barraza, after the soccer clubs came to us and said that we need to do something. We don't have people like him around to help us within the community. So I am writing this letter as a member. I'm going to write you what I sent to all of you. I am a member of the Friends of Southeast Fresno. There's about anywhere from 500 to 700 of us. Most of us live or work there. The majority of us grew up in Southeast and have worked there for many years. Our mission statement is to have a positive impact for the residents and businesses in the Southeast Fresno community. We have had movie nights, job fairs, group cleanups, and visiting seniors. We've also put out their trash cans because a lot of them can't do it. You know, it's a lot of old folks in Southeast, alleyways and so forth. So, but what I mentioned, that's not the only thing we do there. We do a lot of other stuff. We understand it. I work mental health, and we try to help keep activity going because we know that that's important, especially for our seniors that are forgotten. The reason for the request to name in the park site Jose Leon Barraza are his efforts, determination, and sacrifices that Mr. Barraza has made bringing the park into reality. I'd just like to tell you that, and I was financially struck at that time, and Mr. Barraza used to feed me, a Navy veteran. Ms. Barraza, they would feed me, give me rides. Sometimes I had to walk from Manchester all the way to the park site. And these are the sacrifices. Man, he's 70 years old, you know. And the other thing I'd like to tell you is that I got sick with cancer planting trees. I spent 3 days planting trees because you guys gave us a deadline. But we're not quitters. And I had to sleep out there when he was on vacation, but I didn't want to stop him. So these are just some of the things that he gave us the insight to do. And so the other part is the lack of green space in Southeast Fresno at the time. A lot of you weren't here at the time. The mayor was the chief back then. I've known the mayor from a long time, and I owe him my life, too. That's another story to be told. That was in 2013. North Fresno at that time, and this is just the way it was 3.67 acres for 1,000.
I'm so sorry to cut you off. That's the remainder of your time. I'm sorry, that's the end of 3 minutes. I apologize. I have to cut you off. Yep. Thank you. We got to be fair to everybody. 3 minutes is the limit. Thank you. So the only cards I have remaining are for unscheduled communication. Is there anyone wishing to still comment on consent, contested consent, or closed session items? Des, do you have something for consent or contested consent? Okay. Which item on the agenda is it? Which item on the agenda?
The park.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I don't know what item
Is
it is.
that right now?
What everybody else is talking about?
Yeah.
So yeah, well, I wasn't going to be prepared for this, so it kind of made me upset sitting here listening to everybody beg. Literally sit up here and beg, all of you, especially you.
Please direct your comments to me,
somewhere, I'm sorry, I look at everybody. For somewhere that should be named after a man that brought this here, not after a man that wants to name it the second sports complex here. If we can have a police department or a police facility named after somebody who has been accused, allegedly, of rape and murder, then we should be able to name a park after an individual that actually helped bring it here. This is very disrespectful to the man that actually fought. And there's a lot of individuals up here that look like the people that are fighting, but I want to see more support. I really, truly do. A Southeast Sports Complex, come on, let's give it to the person that brought it. Let's honor him. Let the city show how you guys actually honor your community instead of taking stuff away from people. Because if we can have statues and all kinds of other stuff around here, then you guys can do this. What's the big deal? You're not going to use it for housing now, so use it to honor the individual in that community. Seriously, like we really do. It's just sad to see them beg. They're begging you guys. That's what you guys want them to do, is just beg you? is this cute? I mean, do you feel good at the end of the day? Like, Mr. Vang, Southeast, it has a lot to do with, it's really hard to sit up here and address the city council.
I know.
When you say you have to address just one individual. There's multiple of you, so my head swivels all the time, even when I'm out there. So I'm gonna just stand here until you let you guys just let that marinate. If we're gonna have a building named after him, then we can have a sports complex or a park named after an individual that helped bring it here. So I'm going to give my remaining silence in honor of him. Thank you.
Thank you, Des. Last call. Any public comment for consent, contested consent, or closed session items? Okay. There being none, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? Moved by the Council Vice President. Is there a second? I will second it. Any opposition? There being none, the consent calendar passes 7-0. We're going to move on to contested consent at this time. City Clerk, I just have 3 items for contested consent, correct? 2B, 2F, and 2R, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go in order. We'll start with item 2B, as in Bredefeld, because we know our good friend Gary is probably watching right now. Or bored out of his mind, that's true, sure. That was pulled by Council Vice President. You have the floor, sir.
City Manager, this item is requesting that we reject bids for the management of the convention center, correct?
I'm going to let Jennifer handle this.
Hi, Jennifer, how are you?
Hello, good afternoon. Jennifer Reese, Deputy City Manager.
Jennifer, my only question is, I want some level of assurance from the staff that none of the upcoming shows would be delayed or any reservations would be in any way, thwarted by this rejection of the bids. Are you comfortable that the convention center will continue to operate with all scheduled events, irrespective of us approving this rejection of a bid?
Yes, we believe so. As you recall, the council approved an extension of the current contract in June that goes through the end of the year. So we've built the rebid timeline to account for that, to ensure that we can have everything in place so that there's no lapse in services.
And my last question, if for any chance the bid process goes beyond December, would the council have to extend the current management agreement beyond December? I don't want to be here on Christmas during a special meeting trying to do an extension. So does the current extension include the authority for staff to extend it administratively without having to come back to council in case you need more time?
I don't believe so, but I will check on that.
Okay.
And if it doesn't, we can come back at a regularly scheduled meeting to maybe add a couple more month cushion.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that we're not all here on Christmas night trying to get something through, and then the rumors are that, Disney on Ice is at risk, things of that nature happen. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
There's been a motion by the Council Vice President, second by Councilmember Perea. Any opposition? There being none, the motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Jennifer. Next is item 2F as in Frank. Council Vice President, you have the floor on this one.
Thank you. Who would be the staff for that? Brian Parr? I don't want to get into the details of the operation of this facility. My simple question is, we had an earlier discussion about the construction of a new police downtown headquarters, and it was noted that that would allow for additional operations across the city to be consolidated in downtown Fresno. So my question for you is this one of the operations that you anticipate being able to consolidate into a downtown building, or do you anticipate needing this lease, either whether it's this location or some other location, irrespective of the construction of the new headquarters?
Good afternoon, Council Member. Brian Barr, Director of General Services. What I do know about this location is that the department does not have a desire to have a long-term presence at this location, which is why we're at 1 year plus 2 optional 1-year options.
It's not one of the ones that will move.
Okay.
It may move to a different location, but not headquarters.
Got it. So the 176 over 3 years, we anticipate still having to budget for? Is that fair?
No doubt.
The $176,000 over 3 years, we anticipate still having a budget for in future years, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right, that's my question. Thank you. Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilmember Perea. Any opposition? There being none, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, last item, uncontested consent is 2R as in Romeo. So Council Vice President, show some love.
Thank you. I want to defer to the council member if he wants to make any comments, or if you just want me to take the one question I have, whatever the preference is of the member of the area.
I do have some questions and comments, but go ahead, sir.
Thank you, council member. City Attorney, it's my understanding from the public news reports that in the presentation, it was alluded that the naming of this park would also allow for the naming of facilities or amenities within the park to potentially be named after individuals. So my question is, do those namings of equipment, whether it's a play structure, a bench, a soccer field, would that trigger a council approval process, or can that be done without formal council approval? Is there a distinction between naming of the facility, which is a whole 49 acres, versus naming of a structure or a facility within the park?
The naming ordinance that you're referencing specifically says facility. So if something can be defined as a facility, then it would have to come before council. Otherwise, it would probably be our recommendation that it wouldn't.
So do we name, I don't know if Parks is here, Capitol staff, what's the official description or designation that we give soccer fields or playground facilities within a park? Is there a technical and legal description of that?
Good afternoon, Councilmember. Do you mind repeating that?
So right now, the facility is defined as a whole 49-acre park. That's why it's coming before us, because it requires per ordinance for us to approve that. Within that 49-acre park, a playground structure, a soccer field, is that technically a facility, or is that just an amenity within a park facility? That would, because if it's an amenity, it seems to me, and based on legal counsel's advice, it wouldn't require council approval for future naming. It could just be done administratively or however it would go.
I'm going to, before Aaron, so I think what generally, prior to there being an ordinance, this process has been governed by an administrative order, but then it was, you guys did an ordinance. So generally speaking, our rule of thumb is like if it's an amenity, such as a park bench or a tree or something like that, we have not come to council. If there is a partnership, it used to be with Tree Fresno or something, where they would put something and we'd put a plaque down. I think, facility is obviously more than a bench or a tree. So if it was, for instance, a soccer field or a baseball field or a court of some sort, I think that we would follow the process that it would need to be coming back to council.
Okay, because the way I define facility, it's a gymnasium, a physical capital building. I don't define facility as a play structure or grass, whether it's striped for soccer or for football. So what I'm trying to get at is provide the public some clarity, because I don't want to be inundated with future email communications. I don't want to be blindsided with the naming of a green amenity or a playground equipment, and then there's no clarity on whether that's our responsibility as a council to do or that's administrative responsibility, or anybody can put a name plaque. So is there a need for us to provide clarity to the administrative order? I'm trying to understand how we're going to handle these things going forward. If the intent as articulated by the administration and the council member, is to potentially name amenities within the facility after individuals. What process do you intend to follow in doing so? Is it something that you're going to bring back to us, or is something that the current ordinance gives you authority to do on your own?
So I would consult with the city attorney's office, but I can tell you that if I was confronted in the future with a desire to name a gym, a field, or something that requires significant investment, I would bring it back to council and follow the process for resolution. If it was something that, and I recognize the fact that it's not that specific, but I'm telling you that's the way in practice we have operated. If it is a minor type of amenity, such as a bench or a tree or something very minor, and it is basically like a small plaque, that's like a $100 thing, we wouldn't.
So
If you want
I'll
us
give you
to
an example.
clarify, we can certainly do that.
I'll give you an example. Council offices have authority to spend up to $100,000 of their council budgets on anything we deem appropriate within our districts without council approval, without administrative approval. If a council member wants to name a dog park in my district, like I did at Roding, after a deceased pet, that thing, the expenditure was like, I don't know, $500 for the, sign. If it's a sign that's a physical structure, it might be $20,000. Are you suggesting that the council member would have to come to the administration, to the full council for approval for that? Is 20,000 significant in your definition?
So once again, I'd have to go back. I'd have to look at the ordinance that you passed. That happened while I was not at the city. And like I said, I'm very familiar with the AO, and I would need to go back and look at the actual ordinance. I'd consult with the city attorney and get some advice. If it sounds like there might be a little bit of additional specificity needed within the ordinance or the AO, and we can certainly talk about that. But I can tell you that for me, it's about if there's something that, could create controversy in the community or that the public would have an interest in, that I would want to make sure that there was a public discussion. If it was planting a tree in memory of, somebody's grandfather that passed away, I agree, it is a little bit of a judgment call that is non-controversial, then it would probably not be a big deal. But we didn't used to name a lot of things, so I think we probably have grown a little bit, and maybe we should put some more specificity.
Well, ever since we started putting signage on top of government buildings, like that one there, we made everything fair game to start naming, right? So the only reason I bring up naming of facilities is because that's what was committed by the sponsor of this item, that you would name facilities within this 49-acre park potentially after individuals. That's why I bring up, they didn't reference a tree or a bench, they said facilities within it. So what I am trying to ascertain is clarity on what that process would be for the public and for myself. We're about to open a 10-acre park at Les Kimber Park. Within that park, there might be the track. So do I have to come to the full council to debate the name of a track with an existing 10-acre park? Or do I just have to pay for it out of my council budget and do it? What's the expectation?
I think we probably need to have a conversation about this and get some feedback from other council members and see what the preference is and beef up the policy.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm listening for. I want to hear my colleagues on what they would be comfortable with, because we're all going to leave here, and the naming of a facility is never always leaves some people disappointed, but I think it's important for us to be clear about what the process would be so that they can engage in it. And just my last comment on this, I've made it a point to defer to a council member of the area on facilities in their respective area, because ultimately they have to answer to the public and the constituents and their neighbors. But I do want to go on the record that I've been here 7 years. I can attest to the fact that this park would have never taken off if it wasn't for Jose Luis Barraza inundating us with email communications, with phone calls, with meetings, with presentations to the council. For many years, the city was doing the easiest thing to do, which is look the other way and hope that somehow the 49 acres would handle themselves for valid reasons, competing priorities, tight budget years, the difficulty of working with the federal government, the proximity to tracks. But we asked the community to take over the park, to adopt the park. They embraced it like they have in other parts of the city. You know, Broadway Parque was embraced by the Tower District and Kyle Smith-Lopez. And when they do all the heavy lifting, we tend to have the honor to do the official ribbon cutting, but none of us do this by ourselves. So I think we have to find a way to honor those who kept these projects alive, who insisted on government investing in their neighborhoods. And it has to go simply beyond just giving them a speaking role in a groundbreaking. So it's my preference that we would find some kind of a happy medium, and that's what I'm hopeful that will happen in this facility. And if we can't do it today, that we have some clarity on what happens to future amenities within the park so that people could have an opportunity to advocate for whatever names they wish. So those are all my comments. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Vang, but if it's okay, can I make a few comments? Sure. Thank you. So do appreciate a lot of the public comment. I know that this isn't the first time we've received letters on this. There are form letters sent in regards to the naming in general, and there are a lot of letters sent in regards to naming it after one individual who has been very involved with the Southeast Fresno community. We received letters against that as well. And it's always challenging when you want to name something after a person. There's a process, and it's not always easy because you're going to make some people happy and you're going to anger others, and democracy is an interesting process. One letter that really stood out, and it's going to sound really harsh, but it's something that I can't ignore, is be very careful about naming the building after somebody who was just a candidate in an election and couldn't get more than 13%. That says a lot about community support. It's very, very harsh. But if we do name it after an individual, you can imagine a supermajority of residents may say, that's not fair, that's not right. That's why it's best not to name buildings after individuals unless they've met some kind of bar. And I think in the case of when this council chose to name certain buildings after our longstanding police chief and mayor, it's because of a long career of what he represents and what he did, and that's a different case. So I'm going to look to see what the council member recommends. I also was looking at the record, and staff did have, and Aaron, you can correct if I'm wrong, there was a public process of actually getting community feedback regarding the park itself, what it looks like, what's going to be there, and the name, correct?
Councilmember Aaron Aguirre, Parks Director. The meetings that you referred to were conducted. There were 3 outreach meetings to go through the master plans and come up with the various amenities and the layout of the park. I don't recall the naming being a part of those meetings, but I know at a future date there was a campaign that I believe the mayor's office led that had a number of park names. Right. That's one of the, I think, outreach efforts you're referring to.
Right. Right, thank you. And I'll just say, I'm looking forward to the council members' comments. Mr. Barraza, I want to thank you for the work you've done. There are a lot of other candidates. Tim Lyles came up as well, and that's a tough one to say no to. It's hard to choose a name and not offend a large group of people. What I will say is this: the advocacy of the community has led to this park being built and with all these amenities, and I think that's the biggest win of all. That's the most important thing here, not the name, but the fact that we're going to have generations of seniors and kids and folks having a quality park in Southeast Fresno that might even be the best park we have in the entire city. So I really do applaud your work on that. Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Vang, you're up.
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi. And I want to thank everybody who provided comments in person and also online. Additionally, I want to thank this body here for allowing me to have this opportunity. As you may recall, Fresno City Council had an opportunity to name this venue several months ago before I came on board. And they decided to wait until somebody was elected by people to fill this vacancy. And so I want to thank the council members at that time, there were 6 of them, for this opportunity. Before I get into my comments, I just have a few questions for the clerk. Clerk, with regards to comments that were submitted online for this particular item, how many comments were submitted online?
Sure. We received a total of 110 comments on this particular item.
110. And that was as of Friday evening. That's when the agenda was published.
It was through yesterday at noon.
Okay, so as of yesterday, through yesterday, okay. And of those, how many were you able to identify as for the naming of this 49 Park Southeast Fresno Sports Complex?
Certainly. So in support of the resolution as presented, we received 99 of those 110 items. 99 of the 110 items were in support of the resolution.
Okay, and then how many of those leftovers were against the resolution?
We had 10 opposed, and the remainder 1 was neutral. So 10 opposed, 99 in support, 1 neutral.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Clerk.
You're welcome.
Director Gary, can I ask you to step up to the podium? This 49-acre park, could you describe to the public what are some of the amenities that are currently planned and will be planned? I understand that there will be phases. Phase 1 is in the books in a sense that's already planned and is being worked on. Phase 2 is still going through an evolutionary process, and then there's a phase 3. But can you remind us again, what are some of the amenities that will go into this 49-acre park?
Sure, thank you, Councilmember. So this park actually is a little unique. It has 2 different parcels. It has a southern portion, which will consist of Phase 1 and Phase 2, and that's where we'll concentrate more on our recreational activities such as the synthetic soccer fields, turf soccer fields, baseball fields, cricket, field hockey, tot lots, restrooms, walking trails, open green space, and I know I'm leaving some stuff out. But really a lot of open green space. And then our northern parcel will be more of our passive recreation, where we currently have our community garden. So community garden, again, walking trails, more of that passive recreation, exercise stations, things of that nature. So phase 2, as you mentioned, right now consists of open green space and some outdoor courts. Through the budgeting process, there was a motion made. So we're going to kind of reimagine or look at the possibility of adding a gymnasium to phase 2 of that park.
Of that 49 acres, how many acres of that right now is part of the so-called northern part, north of the railroad track? The railroad track is the dividing line between the northern part of the park and the southern part of the park. And so the northern part, how many acres is that?
It's approximately 24 acres that sits on the northern piece of the railroad tracks there.
And that is comprised of, once it's fully built out, of a community garden. And what other amenities are included in that 24 northern part of the park?
So as I mentioned, there's some walking trails, exercise stations, really kind of open green space where people can kind of enjoy maybe more the quiet recreational activities versus the southern piece where you have soccer, baseball, basketball going on. So really more of that kind of that serene in nature kind of landscape. So currently on that northern piece, we do have an existing community garden that will stay kind of intact, maybe gets repositioned just a bit, but those are the type of amenities on the northern half that you'll see.
So the northern part of the park, that is, would you say, an accurate reflection of what a park, typical park would be like trees, picnic area, exercise area, splash pad, walking path, community garden?
So the splash pad will actually sit on the southern section over by the restroom and some of the big open plaza areas where the community will more than likely gather. So again, the northern side is more of like your, as you mentioned, picnic areas, walking paths, green space, and so forth.
It would be more accurate to describe the northern part of this 49-acre park section as the traditional park where families go, congregate, enjoy the green space, the tranquility, barbecue, etc.
Yeah, and I think the traditional park is shifting a little bit, here in the city of Fresno. But yeah, I think that goes back to your basic park amenities, as you mentioned, open green space, shaded areas, trees, and things of that nature.
And the southern part, south of the railroad track, that is, if my math is correct, it's 25 acres?
Roughly correct, yes.
Okay. And again, could you describe, and then you have the athletic fields, the sports complex, most of them, if not all of them, will be comprised of that 25 acres south of the railroad track?
That's correct, yes. Okay. You won't see any baseball fields, cricket pitches, or any of those amenities on the north side, the way the master plan sits now. So again, the southern portion is more of your active recreation, your soccer fields, your cricket pitches, your field hockeys, baseball, and basketball, tot lots, and so forth.
As it is right now, how many baseball fields are incorporated into this 25-acre?
Oh, you're going to put me on the spot here. I know there's one for sure. There
There's
may
one for
potentially
sure.
be a second, correct?
A possible second. And how many soccer fields are incorporated into this 25-acre partial?
I believe total build out there's 5 or 6.
Okay, 6.
On the southern piece, correct.
Okay, and some of that will be natural grass and some will be astroturf, correct?
So one will be synthetic, and that'll be the first synthetic turf here in the city of Fresno. The rest will be natural turf.
Natural grass.
Yes.
I believe there's a total of 6 soccer fields planned.
Correct.
As
So-
part of phase 1.
Right.
Okay.
And phase 1 will only have the 2, so phase 2 will have the remaining soccer fields.
Okay. And you mentioned cricket fields. How many cricket fields are planned?
I believe there's one, and just to kind of clarify, the cricket pitch, and I'm learning cricket, this is a new sport here in our inventory, but it's almost like a shared facility with the baseball field because you have your cricket pitch, and then you have I believe it's 300 yards in diameter where the field takes place. So it really will encroach on a baseball field. So it's kind of a multi-use, similar to what we've done with like our basketball courts, tennis courts, pickleball, how we've made them kind of multifunctional. Just again, maximizing the use of the green space that we have out there.
Dual usage.
Correct.
You also mentioned basketball courts. Can you recall how many basketball courts are planned?
I believe there's 4 hoops, which would then make that 2 full court outdoor basketball
Outdoor
courts.
basketball courts.
Correct.
And then are there any tennis courts planned?
I believe we have some, again, multi-use and or pickleball courts kind of in that phase 2, kind of the northwest section of that parcel.
Okay, and it's outdoor?
It is outdoor, yes, sir.
It's outdoor, okay. So as of right now, there is no indoor sports planned with the exception of the possibility of that gym being built if that's the case.
The way the current master plan sits, everything would be outdoor amenities, correct?
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Director Aguirre. Thank you very much. This 49-acre park, again, as mentioned earlier, has been donated to the city by the federal government. And it has gone through an evolution, changes. And in the city's Parks Master Plan, this site is designated as a community park. So what is a community park? It's intended to serve multiple neighborhoods to meet the active and passive recreational needs of a larger community. So as designated, this 49-acre park is designed to serve between 50 to 80,000 people, which is huge. And that is exactly the plan and the build-out of this 49-acre park. And coming in as the newest council member here, having that understanding that this 49-acre venue is going to serve 50 to 80 people, we have to consider what is the reason, what is the vision for having such a green, a green space. And during the campaign, as Council President Carbasi mentioned earlier, parks, green space was one of the top 3 issues that I've heard in the campaign. And when I mentioned the possibility of having that 49-acre park being built out, a lot of people were excited. People on the eastern side of District 5, on the eastern side of Southeast Fresno, on the western part of District 5, and on the western part of Southeast Fresno were excited about having a green space, a community facility of this magnitude. And if you look at the map of Southeast Fresno, we do not have any green space of this size and this magnitude. And so people throughout the section of Southeast Fresno were excited about this green space. And that's what I heard when I was out there stomping during my campaign. And then coming into office, we reach out to the community when we have community events to ask for their opinions, to see how they would like to have this 49-acre park be representative of Southeast Fresno. And again, given the condition that is going to be built out, a combination of sports facilities with baseball, basketball, tennis, cricket, and a combination of tranquility. You have a community garden, you have trees, you have a green space. And from what I've heard during the campaign and after the campaign is that let's have this part be a reflection of not just western part of Southeast Fresno, central part of Southeast Fresno, or the eastern part of Southeast Fresno, but Southeast Fresno in general. And so to accurately describe this 49-acre park as a sports complex, it is. I've heard from today's speakers and people who submitted their comments online using phrases like justice, equity, honor your community, positive change, positive impact. And I believe moving forward to have a park of this magnitude, this is perhaps a once in a lifetime where the residents in Southeast Fresno will have an amenity of this size, is to be as inclusive as possible, to ensure that everyone, regardless of their address, feels that this park belongs to them, that this park is part of their community, and they can feel proud to go and to utilize this amenity. And so having communications during and after the campaign, I felt that it is appropriate, that it is correct, that it is the right decision moving forward to name this part the Southeast Fresno Sports Complex, because it is an accurate description of this facility. As my colleague, Miguel Arias, pointed out, that there is that possibility down the road that we may name individual amenities after perhaps people, places, or things. That's a possibility. How we go about it, I think the city council with city attorney will hammer out the details, but again, this is the first step of many steps that we can be proud of this 49-acre park. And I also wanted to say that when the time comes, the naming of these amenities is to be seen as a path to honoring individuals who played a significant role from the very beginning, from the inception to today, and perhaps 2-3 years down the road, to get this 49-acre become a reality. And so I truly believe that we are moving in the right direction today, and in the foreseeable future, I also foreseen that we may be able to honor those individuals who, for the last decade, has a hands-on direction and suggestion in terms of how this 49-acre park came into fruition. So this is more than just a name today and in the future. It is a sign that Southeast Fresno has arrived. The 49-acre park, that is going to be our pride, not just the pride of one area, but Southeast Fresno. And I believe the whole city of Fresno, because this park will be able to hold tournaments, soccer tournaments, and teams outside of the city will come and participate and compete in this facility. So it will be the crown jewel of Southeast Fresno. It will put Southeast Fresno on the map. And imagine if you have thousands and thousands of athletes converging in Southeast Fresno, and where are they going to spend their tax dollars? In Southeast Fresno. And so having that thought in mind, I believe that Southeast Fresno Sports Complex is the correct and appropriate name to name this venue. And moving forward, as I said, we will have more opportunities to honor individuals who have a hand in making this 49-acre park a reality today. And so I urge this body to strongly consider my recommendation, because moving forward, we must be inclusive. And this is a park. This is a park not just for the people who can walk to that park, or the people who will utilize it, who lives in Southeast Fresno, or the people who lives in the city of Fresno, but people everywhere from Sanger, Selma, Fowler, Northwest, and Northeast Fresno. So I believe this is the correct direction. This is the right direction moving forward. And I strongly recommend this body named this 49-acre park Southeast Fresno Sports Complex. And if there are no other questions or comments, I'll make a motion to approve this resolution.
So moved. Is there a second? Oh, I have one more councilman. Oh, I'll second that, and I have one more councilmember punched up. Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. So I do want to thank, everyone involved in the process, city staff for doing their due diligence, to my colleague who's done his due diligence, and then to all my friends in the community who have reached out over the last week or two to kind of express their input and opinions on what the name should be. It was me back, I forget when we first heard this item, and a different name was being proposed, that proposed that the council table the item until the vacancy in District 5 was ultimately filled. And at the time we tabled it, we really didn't know who the new member would be at yet. We have a new member now. I think it goes to show just very generally that elections have consequences. And this is, we have a new member. It's going to be consequential to what the name of this facility will be. We have a tradition, generally have a tradition, doesn't always hold up, but I think it holds up about 99% of the time, where a lot of us here will defer to the member of that district to lead things in their respective district and represent their community accordingly. But I did want to say that out loud, that again, as we've said many times on the dais before, when it comes to certain decisions, elections have consequences. There will be another one in 15 months or something like that, and folks will decide accordingly again. But today, I'm going to follow the lead of my council colleague after much thought and sort of deliberation and thinking about this particular issue. That being said, I do like the direction of this conversation in terms of there may be amenities or locations within the park ultimately named after folks in the community who have been very helpful to that effort. And I do think that the important piece is that the project's moving forward. This is something that's folks have waited for a very, very long time. It's going to make a difference in the lives of many of our youth, many of our residents. It's going to make a big difference for the southeast region of our city. And to quote William Shakespeare, a rose by any other name would smell just as sweet. And so it's really, the fact that we got this project off the ground is really the most important component here. Obviously this naming process has gotten pretty political in terms of different folks wanting different names, but ultimately my colleague sits in this seat right now, and he's going to lead this area, and I'm going to defer to him in this particular instance because it's in his district. But would love to continue the conversation about how we continue to honor different folks in the community who have done a lot by naming stuff within the facility, as my colleague and others have suggested thus far.
Great. I have Councilmember Maxwell punched up.
I did not have Esparza quoting Shakespeare on my bingo card today. Mr. Barraza, I just want to commend you, sir. You are a leader in this community. regardless of how today's vote goes. I've read the emails and I've heard the testimony, and it's clear that you've made an impact on so many lives, not just in Southeast Fresno, but across the entire Fresno community. Hearing stories like I did today from Gabriel, people you've helped out in a really hard time, I think speaks volumes to the kind of person that you are. Not a lot of people care about parks, which is unfortunate. They seem to be secondary issues sometimes when we know how important they are to the health of our communities and the public safety of our community, to children and families. And so I really want to thank you. I think this council recognizes the amazing work that you've done and that you're going to continue to do. I'm inclined to support the council member for the district. He was voted by the members of District 5 to make decisions on their behalf, and I want to respect that. I think that comes with his authority as council member. And I trust him to make the right decision for his constituents and at the end of the day to be held responsible for that. But I don't want to close the book either. If there's an opportunity that comes up in the future to honor your legacy in some way, that's something I would be very open to, because I do recognize and appreciate what you've done and what you continue to do for this community. So thank you, and God bless you for your service.
Thank you. Before we go to the vote, I want to ask the director one quick question. When the community meetings were held regarding the park design and the outreach, what was the method made to reach out to residents?
So we utilized our various social media platforms, Instagram, sorry, I'm not a social media person, but Facebook is the other one. In addition to that, we worked with community members, Fresno Unified School District. We worked with SETA to get the word out as well. We did have 3 of those community meetings, first one being February 7th of 2023. And at that meeting, we had approximately 185 attendees at Juan Felipe Elementary School. In addition to that, we held a follow-up meeting May 9th at AR Elementary and had about another 75, and then again another follow-up meeting September 20th just to kind of go through the final kind of rendition of the site plan, and that one we had about 40. So in addition to just the in-person meetings, we also had surveys online for the community who couldn't come to the meetings I just mentioned for their input as well. So try to really open it up to the community as best we could, and get as much input as we could, because we knew this was a special project.
So in addition to the meetings we have, like at City Hall, at City Council, there were lots of community meetings in the district about this project. Lots of opportunities.
We had those,
as you
3,
mentioned. Thank you.
correct.
That's helpful. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any other council members wishing to comment on this item? There's a motion. There's a second. Any opposition? There being what? Okay. One opposition. The motion passes 6-1. You're welcome. That is the end of our contested consent calendar. We're going to move on to the remainder of our business today. Give us one moment. So we also have item 4A. This is an update on the disposition and development agreement with the City of Fresno and Uptown LP for the Uptown Apartments Housing and Development Project, and the sponsor is the Council Vice President. Did you want a staff presentation on this?
City manager, is the developer present?
I believe Mr. Gonzalez is in the back of the room.
Mr. Gonzalez, you have the floor. If you can provide us a brief update on the status of the project.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and members of the City Council. My name is Sal Gonzalez. I'm with Uptown Limited Partnership, and was requested to put together a briefing at the request of the good councilman. Excuse me. I have a few short, brief slides just to get you caught up to speed. So first of all, this project is a 54-unit mixed-use project that's slated in basically at the northeast corner of Van Ness and Stanislaus. This is the hard corner looking kind of north and northeast. A couple of things thought we'd, there we go, too quick. There we go. Do a quick update on the project location and scope, project approvals, project costs, and then project financing, and then next steps. First, project location, as I mentioned, it's in the heart of what we often call the triangle here in the downtown area. You can see that it's kind of an L-shaped form around the really Channel 18 and my favorite Museum, Art de America, to the north there, to give some semblance of area. What I call the uptown scope is the 54 units. This is one community room. It's a one-floor room, fairly amenitized. This is market rate housing. We call it 5 suites for the retail. That's part of the mixing of the uses that would go right on the hard corner of Venice and Stanislaus. 4 work-live lofts that are kind of cool. They'll be facing the Stanislaus Street, some small mercantile storefront spaces facing to the south, and then living quarters in the upstairs. Every unit will have a garage. These particular ones will have I call it a tuck-under garage that folks can drive right up. And you can see the panoply of 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units, 27 and 22 units. This is the site plan. Building 1 is kind of that hard corner that you see in the photo there in the upper right-hand corner, and then the townhouses are in Building 2, and then with the rest being traditional 800 to about 1,600 square foot units, and then the G buildings are the garages, other than in Building 2 where the townhouses are located. General rough area is about 1.47 acres. Basically, the reason that we have an agreement, a DD&A with the city of Fresno, is because we acquired, the partnership acquired at an appraised value. The partnership acquired the real estate, 2 parcels totaling roughly 0.48 acres. There were 2 parcels. One was 0.22 acres and one was 0.26 acres. A little bit of an update on the project approvals and we say the building permit affectionately, but generally, as you all know, it's really I'm not getting my slide. There we go. Oop. There we go. It's usually a battery of approvals in any good jurisdiction, and so there's the development permit, a plan permit. So total of about 11 permitting processes from the varying jurisdictions, primarily you all, a street plan, street light plan, water plan. Some recent good work has been in the L Street. The good staff at the city I was just out there a little while ago, and looks like they're undergrounding a new water main down L Street, which is great, and doing some work on Stanislaus. So we actually had that baked into some of our offsite costs, and that should be reduced out of the offsite costs. And I've asked our civil engineer to give us a rough estimate. But you can see that we've now got them all. The last one being, it says building plan. It's really the last one is the building plans that were approved a few weeks ago. And so there was one remaining item that was lingering, and that got taken care of. By the way, Clay from Teeter Architects is here with me today for any technical questions. So that's the project approval. So let's get to the cost. Generally speaking, this is about a $29 million, and I say about because, as you know, you've been talking about it all morning, $29 million TDC. And so about $22 million in direct costs, about $3 million in what I call indirect soft cost. There's pre-development and some contingency in there, but not a ton. So this $546,000 is pretty significant. And to add a little commentary, we can't build. I mean, us as a community, us as a state, we need about 180,000 units built in California, and they can't cost $546,000 a door. And so I think that's part and parcel why some of the stymied progress in the housing sector, particularly downtown. But still, that shouldn't stop us. We got to figure something out. So general summary of costs, $29 million total development cost. In a traditional capital stack, we have, it used to be just debt and equity. So you take out a construction loan, the sponsor or lead developer puts up the equity, sometimes in joint venture with multiple partners. They put up cash, some of it sometimes contributing land. And in this case, that's the traditional capital stack. However, times have changed. And so example of the traditional capital stack. Now this is an example of the capital stack in today's example, which there's got to be some other type of source in the sources and uses. So in this case, about $12 million in debt, $7 million in equity in varying forms. And then when we say other, and we've been working with the good staff, the administration, to begin to figure out, is there gap financing available? And I think part of the reason for this conversation today is to figure out where we are and to get to building. And so we know we have a gap. We know we're willing to put in equity, but we know we need to have some offsetting of those costs. And this is really where I think the rubber meets the road. We are updating our costs because we've gotten full plan approval now. That's as good as you're going to get. You got fully approved plan sets, so we've asked our general contractor to go back out and hard bid everything. My guess is that that direct cost is not going to go down. It's likely to go up, but we'll see. We should have our sub-bids are due on Friday. We should have a good final cost by next Friday is our estimate. So that begins to bring us into the realm of what's real and what this thing is going to cost ultimately. So the question is, well, so now what? I got the letter of default November or October to make the corrections. We're we're beyond the time frame, and we're just as frustrated, if you will, as anybody else. However, we're not known for giving up in our organization, and we don't intend to at this point. So what are the next steps? We need to modernize our agreement with the city, should you agree to that. And instead of a DD&A, that would be converted to an instrument we call an owner's participation agreement that our staff has been working with your team here at the city. Are estimating that we should be done with that owner's participation agreement. We've gotten your red lines. We're going through them now, and we just need to finalize them. We think that'll happen in the next couple of weeks, should you allow us to continue with the project. And I understand this is just a briefing and an update, but it's been a partnership with us and this good city. We should have by next Friday, as I mentioned, the updated direct costs. It's not that we haven't been talking to the capital markets, but once you have final costs, once you have final permits, the reverse. Once you have final plan approvals, you can get your final costs, get into contract, and of course get into your construction loan. And so we're contemplating the costs. We'll see what happens next week. We'll have to modernize our pro formas, and of course, should you all put out the RFP, we compete and are able to achieve a gap loan, you'll want to see all of those parts in terms of the pro forma if the city is in a position to assist with a gap loan. So we'll hit the capital markets between now. I mean, we've already started talking to brokers and to lenders. Then we'll get tied up into a construction loan. We're very cognizant of the code change in January, which really changes the whole world. And so we prefer to stay under the code that we are, that Clay just permitted. And so the goal is to get moving, assuming we can get the capital stack put together before the first of the year and get moving on the project to be able to deliver. So just some brief bullets to help you all understand where we are. I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but I will say this. There's a couple of things that have complicated, not just for us, but I'm assuming I know all of my colleagues. So this notion of capitalizing a project used to be heavily relied upon the LTV. Once you get your NOI, you get to you can cap it and get to a value. Get the value, then you get your construction loan based on the value.
Mr. Gonzalez, can you speak plain English?
No, I'm enjoying this.
He's not following it either.
No problem. Let me put it this way. Loan to value, let me put it another way. The instruments by which banks really locked down on used to be on the loan to value And today, it seems like they've been focusing much more on some instrument a formula called a debt service coverage ratio. The debt service coverage ratio is much more difficult to achieve, is all I'm trying to say. And so here's what's happened, because it's happened to us. In fact, we've just been fighting through it. You could take out a construction loan today, convert in 2 years to your permanent loan. The delta changes in the value. Your cap rate is how they value it. And instead of just converting over from your construction 7%, 6.5%, and you're hoping to get 5.5% perm loan, all of a sudden your value drops and you're having to pay out. So I know in one of our partnerships, they've just had to write a check for $2 million. In another one, they've had to write a check for, I think it's $4 or $5 million. The dynamics have really changed, not to mention, and I'll stop with this without getting too satirical, is that insurance industry has just gone ballistic, particularly in multifamily, particularly in stick-built, that's wood-built, multifamily projects, and it's just killing the industry. And I would, since I'm here, anything you all can do to beat up on our colleagues in the insurance industry to figure out how to not stop, but slow that thing down a little bit, you're going to find that it's harder and harder, and it's affecting the housing stock, both on the affordable side and on the market rate side. Let me stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Council President, I forgot to just give some context for why we're here today. In my 7 years now, I've had to manage several downtown projects to come from beginning to completion, Hotel Fresno being the death of me almost. And as I finish my tenure with 13-ish months left, I'm trying to get the final projects that have been dragging along to completion. In this case, this project is probably a decade old prior to my tenure. As you saw from his presentation, it's 11 different levels of permits that are required. The administration did put them on default for not meeting performance benchmarks. Previous councils used to wait for the expiration to come and then make a hard decision and revoke the agreement. I'm trying to get ahead of these conversations by being very transparent on where we are and what are the actual obstacles. So with that said, I want to focus on the key areas when it comes to this project. One is, I noticed, City Manager, that we are using this property as staging area for all our water and sewer construction. I see a bunch of tractors, a bunch of pipe, all on this property that's vacant. Are we paying a rent fee for that utilization, or how did we end up with all the equipment there?
You get the award for Stump the Manager today. I have no idea.
You can get back to me on that. The reason I ask is I don't want it to be one of those things where we couldn't move forward because the city had our property for 8 months or 6 months. Secondly, Mr. Gonzalez, how much do you estimate that you've thus far invested to get to this point of approval?
We're probably a little over $1 million in soft costs to get to permitting. And did I mention that there was an appraisal on the city land and we paid for it about $315,000? It's probably about when we pull permits. So to date, probably about $1.3 million to $1.4 million, Councilman.
To get to the part of getting to permit approvals.
To get to here, and I'll tell you, your plan checking staff, Madam City Manager, you got a hell of a plan checking staff. Okay.
My other question: Did you get resolution on the alleyway conflict? Do you close the alley? Do you not close the alley? Or is that resolved?
Yes, the alley was in fact abandoned. We had to go as part of the process here. It was, in fact, abandoned, and we thank you all very much. I think the change in administration was very, very helpful in that. Thank you.
Is the project now defined as, can it be described as shovel-ready?
I would.
You have all permits?
I would, yeah.
So the last thing is
permits.
The remaining gap financing, correct?
It is. It's the gap financing and putting that capital stack together, and I'll tell you, it's a hell of a deal at this point in time. Yes, sir.
City Manager, when do you anticipate this conversation around us, setting up a loan system for market rate housing that was referenced recently in press reports by the mayor? He's been publicly referencing that he's going to loan
I
money
think
out.
we have, Phil Sky was here a few minutes ago, and I think he stepped out, but I believe that the NOFA is prepared. Has it been posted yet? We're very, very close, within like a week or two of posting a NOFA for a revolving loan fund. Is that accurate, Jennifer? Yes.
Can you provide us a memo with what's in that NOFA? What are the terms that we're proposing? Because if we're proposing a 10% interest rate, we're probably not going to get, folks responding, right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What are the details and the terms of that you're proposing on the NOFA?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but we can get
Just a
that
memo.
for you.
And then my last question for Planning Director. It's been brought to my attention this impeding transition to the 2025 building code that goes into effect. And my layman's term understanding, and this is where I'm getting all the stuff from the downtown developers who we've been pushing on to fast track their projects, it is my understanding that whatever project hasn't pulled construction permits and begun the work by January of this upcoming year will essentially have to redesign the project from the ground up to meet the 2025 building code. Is that your understanding?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Jennifer Clark. So every time the California Building Standards Commission issues a new building code, it automatically goes into effect 180 days later. We are in the process of reviewing the code that was published on July 1st to determine if there are any local amendments that need to be made prior to September 30th. We're working on that right now. Anything over and above what we've already done. Our cutoff for new submittals is in the middle of December because we will transition to the new code at the end of December.
Does the council have any authority to grandfather any projects with the old code versus having people?
No, only the state has that authority.
Do we know how many projects would have to be redone if they don't begin construction by mid-December?
No, it's not under construction. It is if they have submitted a complete application prior to, I'm going to just say December 15th. We haven't set a date yet, but typically it's a complete application with all of their construction drawings prior to December 18th. Or 15th, we would review those under the 2022 code rather than the 2025 code.
Can I get, Director, a list of all the housing projects in downtown Fresno that have yet to meet that criteria?
That haven't submitted building application?
Correct. That would not right now qualify if they wouldn't be eligible. The new code would trigger if they don't submit by mid-December.
I think we can get you the projects we know, but we don't have like premonitions of what people might be doing that we're not aware, but the ones that we're aware of, we can certainly let you know.
And if you can also make sure that on the NOFA that you guys put out, that applicants are required to tell you whether or not they're ready to proceed, because I don't want to be awarding $10 million loans to people who are going to have to completely redesign their project. So I need to be very clear about whether these projects are shovel-ready or not. The last question I have is, when does this development agreement expire?
The development agreement has expired. As Sal stated, they are in the process of working with city staff on an owner participation agreement, which would replace the development agreement because they own the property. They purchased it from the city. They paid the fair market value.
So why do they need an owner participation agreement then? If they already own the property, why do we need any further agreements?
Because there's a reverter clause.
Yeah.
I think there's still a reverter clause in the OPA, which if they don't move forward on a development, we have the ability to buy the property back from them.
What is the deadline of that crawlback language?
There isn't a deadline if they don't complete the project. So if they
30
don't
years to
complete the project, there is not a deadline in the current development agreement on the project itself.
So,
Well, there was theoretically, there was an expiration date of the DD&A. So theoretically, we put them in default, and if they didn't make moves to get out of default, then theoretically, we could purchase the property back.
Theoretically, we have a right to take the property back now.
Right now,
because it's not under development.
there
right?
were performance benchmarks, a schedule, and so I think that though maybe there isn't a time limit on when you can claw back, there is the time limit of when we're supposed to perform by, and that's really is the nexus of the default, I think.
Right.
Is what
So if they had not done building plans, if they had not been making any movement forward and just were sitting on bare ground, and they failed on all of their performance metrics, I would think that we probably would have moved forward on the reverter if we had interest from other people. While of course it's been slow, they have been moving forward. They obviously have invested a good chunk of money in it. We have been negotiating with them on the new agreement, which will likely have some sort of performance deadlines in it as well. And we'll have the reverter language in it as well. So if they don't meet the new performance deadlines, we could either move for an extension, or we could theoretically, if they weren't making movement, move to purchase the property back. We don't get to just take the property back. We would have to pay for the property.
Remind me what we sold them the property for?
I don't remember. Sal, you know, three something?
Okay. Yeah, I just looked at it. So I think it's $315,000. We y'all made us do an appraisal, $315,000.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions for now. I'll be looking forward to the NOFA and to the ownership agreement, and I'm going to be following it very closely to see whether or not, because for me it's clear, if you don't submit by December 15th for construction, you have to redesign. If you don't get any gap financing from the city when they put out the NOFA, then this project, for all intents and purposes, is dead. And at that point, we need to either buy the property back and declare it dead like we have other projects, or do something significant, because it's been more than a decade now.
I mean, this is no different than any of the other projects in downtown of why it is so hard of, building a capital stack and the financing. I think with the dissolution of redevelopment agencies many years ago, that really put a crimp in financing options for areas like downtown Fresno, which do not yet have a proven market in the bank's eyes. They're not willing to, be as risky in those areas. So, I think that's why we are looking to try and provide some release, because I think the idea of having a fully market rate project in downtown Fresno is a great thing for downtown.
For sure. But I do want to also be very transparent that the unprecedented nature that we're being asked to consider is to subsidize market rate housing. We have never done that in our city's history. We have only subsidized affordable housing. So if we go down the path of subsidizing market rate housing and people do not perform, then what is the end goal here? This council has voted 4-3 to terminate projects in downtown because they didn't meet construction schedules. This project has also not met the timelines for a variety of reasons. Others have also not. So I'm trying to be consistent and also be very clear about what are the final obstacles that we need to overcome to be able to do this, while fully knowing that subsidizing market rate housing is a whole new area of
It's not a subsidy, council member. It's a short-term loan. So it's a bridge. It's like 3 years or less. All of our subsidies have been for affordable housing.
It is a government-funded loan for market rate housing.
I agree, but
at extremely good
it's a
interest
loan,
rates.
and we have not. And the fully intent is not to be a forgivable loan, like we have with all of our federally funded projects, which are loans which are converted to grants. We have no intent of these being forgivable loans. These are to be a revolving loan fund, so they get paid back, put back in the pot to be reloaned again.
So city attorney and city manager, this body has not discussed the establishment of that revolving loan for market rate housing.
So I want to be careful. We're getting into policy now.
Yes.
Can we get a clarification, city attorney? because I don't want any of us to get in trouble.
Yeah, we should probably move along, but we can talk offline.
We will. But what I want to get clear is it your anticipation that the NOFA is going to establish that fund, and that's the first conversation we'll have publicly, or do you anticipate bringing an item to establish the fund first?
I don't know the answer to that.
If you can just get
Kelly
back to
or
us.
Phil, if you can come up here and help me out, please.
How are you?
Hey, Kelly Furtado, Chief of Staff, Mayor's Office. So the NOFA is going to be getting ahead of the game of establishing anything. It is very speculative. Should the city receive the funds, there will be this much money available. We're soliciting feedback, notice it, putting out the notice and then soliciting input. So we're going to be gathering that information ahead of, I think the 11th is when we plan to come to the council.
And I'll have an offline conversation with you all, but what I want to understand is if we establish a fund, which is necessary for a project like this to proceed,
It
hence
needs to
the
be
nexus,
appropriated, yeah.
are we anticipating establishing the same terms for all projects, or are we going to be able to change terms project by project? I'm not talking amounts. I'm talking interest rate terms, things of that nature, which is on the agenda today, but that's what I want to understand.
We can have that conversation.
Thank you.
We've got it pretty much mapped out.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez and city staff, for the clarity.
Okay, so next I have Councilmember Maxwell punched up.
Thank you, Council President. No questions today. Just wanted to make some general comments. I think this is an exciting project. I think that the city has really taken the helm in being leaders in investing in affordable housing, at least since I've been on the city council the last 4.5 years, because that's been a huge priority for us. There's countless projects that we've invested in that have already cut the ribbons on. There's plenty of projects in the pipeline that have yet to open up yet. And I think those are worthwhile investments. We don't typically get a lot of ROI on those. We're able to house families that need it. But in terms of property tax and stuff like that, there's not a huge ROI. That's not why we do it. I think it's also important, though, that we do focus on market rate housing in places like downtown. I don't think this is a black or white. I think that we need to make sure that we're investing in both affordable and market rate housing. When we bring market rate housing to places like downtown, I think that's really the key to reinvigorating part of the economy and a very important part of our city, because it does help bring families that have disposable incomes. It does help return more property tax that the city is then able to invest further. I think we've done a really good job and need to continue making progress on affordable housing, but I don't think we should lose sight of affordable housing, market rate housing, especially in critical places like downtown Fresno. So I just wanted to thank the both of you for the presentation today. Sounds right up my alley. I'm pretty excited about hopefully seeing this to fruition. And City Manager, sorry if you already mentioned this, but some of the state funding that we're receiving, would that be going towards hopefully a project like this?
That's what the revolving loan fund will be, is from the portion of the state money. And if I can add one thing, Councilmember, with regard to your comment, I think one thing that's also really important about the market rate housing is when we do affordable housing projects, I think almost every, if not every single one, are done via a nonprofit, which means we're not getting property tax. Given that this is market rate by private development, right, while we may be making a short-term loan to them, we are going to be getting property tax. And we have so many buildings in downtown Fresno that we are not generating property tax on. This is another reason why we think it is a worthwhile investment.
It's going to help us invest into things like infrastructure and
Totally.
green space in places like downtown
Absolutely.
Fresno and our small businesses. So I think it's important that we keep our focus on both market rate and affordable. When it comes to the January 1st California Building Codes updates, City Manager, I'm not super familiar with that. Are our hands pretty much tied, or are there going to be actions we could take on a local level to help mitigate some of that?
Jennifer, I'm pretty sure our hands are tied, but I will let her confirm or decline that statement.
And to confirm to Director, that's going to essentially necessitate a redesign on projects if they haven't started construction yet?
No, not if they haven't started construction, right? So we accept up through December 14th a complete application, or 15th or whatever, mid-December, a complete application under what we call the current building code. Then the new building code goes into effect on January 1st.
So you
Typically
won't
in the fall.
grandfather, we won't be able to grandfather in anything that wasn't
So
completed?
anything that's current, like has a building permit, is currently moving forward, actively moving forward, they can't get a building permit and sit on it for 3 years, right? They have to have actual progress and inspections at least every 6 months to keep their building permit active once they have a fully plan-checked project. But we do not have the authority here locally to lessen the restrictions of the state code. We can make it more stringent, but we cannot lessen them.
Was that put into effect recently at the state level, and it's just now going into effect?
The California Building Code has been updated every 3 years for as long as I'm familiar. I don't know past going back before I was here, but as far as I'm aware, it's been updated every 3 years for at least 20 years.
Is that through the state ledge, or is it through another
California Building Standards Commission is a commission that determines, right, what are those minimum building standards. So when you hear about, so this year, fire sprinklers in homes are going to go into effect. So that happened in, I want to say, in 2012. It could have been 2009, but that came into effect in the state of California. Having charger-ready homes, that came into effect about 3 to 6 years ago. So each time the code is updated, there are new provisions that are in them. We have a few local building standards. We have a handful of fire standards that we adopt locally because of local conditions on top of those.
This mad dash happens every 3 years?
Every 3 years,
Yeah,
yes. So that's why when I submit my budget and I have like building stats, like I'm going to need to hire outside party to help plan check, because I'll have, for single family homes, all those standard plans all have to be redone. And so every 3 years we get 175 to 200 plans all dropped in the month of January. Hey, these need to be updated for the new code. So it's not a surprise. Everybody knows it's coming. All the builders and contractors and engineers and architects, they all know it's coming. It's not a surprise. The challenge for projects that might be coming in January, February, or March is until July 1, you don't know what those changes are. They're typically minimal, but sometimes they're more challenging.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
That'll conclude my comments, Council President. Again, thank you for the presentation. This sounds like a really exciting project. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I don't have no other council members punched up. Just in brief, Mr. Gonzalez, I want to appreciate you for coming here today. Like so many people still in the audience, you've been with us all day. And it was a very good presentation. I think we're very encouraged. I want to say, despite the comments here today, when the item does come forward, don't be discouraged by any one comment. All you need is 4 or 5 votes. That's all you need. And an item can move forward. The idea of there potentially being a bridge loan is something that's very interesting to me. I look forward to when the item comes forward, having some discussion on that. You made it pretty clear, and I don't think any of us here are builders, but you helped us understand some of the challenges you have. Building housing is difficult enough. Building market rate housing is very difficult. You talked about the financing challenges that are difficult. Building in downtown is even more difficult because you may have environmental issues or a brownfield, or you may have an existing building that has to be taken care of, or older infrastructure, older water mains. It is expensive, and there is a larger gap. If this city can do its part to be able to bridge that gap, I'm very interested in doing that. More so because today we just approved some bond measures for some very important enhancements to our public safety services, and we have to pay for that. And market rate housing helps us pay for that, especially in the downtown corridor, given the tax sharing agreement. So I think you're going to get a lot of support. God bless you on your challenges dealing with the regulatory issues in the state and all the challenges that are out there with financing. But I think my gut tells me this city is going to be very supportive of you or anyone else that comes here in good faith to build the kind of projects you've built. So those are my comments. I have Councilmember Perea punched up.
Council President, my colleague, Councilmember Arias, asked a question about, I think you requested a list of residential projects in the downtown area that have yet to be deemed complete. Would it be possible to expand that and make that citywide? Because this code change will impact housing projects beyond just the downtown limits. So the request is, can we get a list of projects that are currently in the works but have not yet been deemed complete, that we need to touch base with those applicants and let them know that they are under a really tight clock to get these applications completed by. This reminds me of when we have tentative maps that are about to expire, and if they don't meet certain deadlines, these applicants have to start their housing applications all over again. So I'm just wondering if there's a way where we can kind of proactively ensure that we are keeping these housing projects in the pipeline and moving, and we're avoiding any potential time delays.
So this isn't a completeness review from a entitlement perspective. This is a building permit perspective. So things that are in planning review right now may or may not intend to submit a building permit by the end of the year. Certainly, we can generate a list of every project that's in review and send them all a note and go, hey, FYI, the building code changes. We are happy to do that.
I think they're asking if we can provide a list to the council as well so they can see what's going on in their district. And I think to Jennifer's point, we certainly can run a report of everything that's in the system, but I don't think that list is going to definitely say, yeah, we plan to utilize this current building code, we're going to get in time, or we know we're going to push to the next one without going through every single application. And I'm guessing there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. So we can provide whatever we have available to you. That I don't think that's a problem. We'll just need to make sure we put the information in context to make sure you're very clear on what it is we're providing to you.
Yep, that would be great. Thank you. And then last question, was this project processed ministerially?
No, Jennifer's saying no.
What was the discretionary action that triggered?
Okay, it was a planned development permit. It was pre-COVID? It's been a while, I don't remember.
It was both of them, planned development permit and development.
And you're right, so your standard development permit with the planned development permit, which modifies the development standards. So it was, yes.
Okay.
It's been a while.
Thank you, Director.
Yep.
Any other questions on this item? Okay. There's no action on this item. We're going to move forward next to item 4B. Council Vice President, you have the floor. This is the update on the disposition and development agreement between the City of Fresno and 2500 MLK LLC for the West Creek Village Housing Development.
Thank you, Council President. Who's here from the development of this project?
So, Councilmember, this is your item, and we didn't invite anybody. I was checking with your staff to see if they had extended an invitation, and I believe that they tried to reach out, but we weren't involved in this agenda item. So,
in the meantime, can you provide us a written memo on the status of this development agreement?
yeah,
and
I
whether
do.
they have met the benchmarks?
Yes, I have some notes from the staff. We can drop this into a tray memo. And I can tell you that most everything, this project is, subject to a development agreement. I think most everything that's been done has been done from the city perspective. The things that are moving forward, the Starbucks do have final approval for those plans, but I don't think we have anything on the housing. That has been submitted.
So just for context, City Manager, I am aware that everything that the agreement called for the city to do, we have done. I think we've checked out every single project, every investment. This is the number one request I get from the residents of West Fresno. Where's this housing development portion, which is not our responsibility, it's the developers. So I intend to bring this back in a public hearing to hear from residents and the developers if this project continues not to move forward on their end. And then I do want in that memo for you to outline our ability to terminate the development agreement for lack of performance, because they've gone radio silence with the public, the neighborhood, and with our office, and we continue to do millions of dollars of investments from our end, but we're not seeing the development of the private development outside of the Starbucks. So I'll bring this back at a future meeting. In the meantime, you can give us a memo and a legal counsel if you can outline our ability to terminate the agreement for non-performance if there's no movement on it. That's all. I think Council President stepped out, so that's the last item. So, Now we have unscheduled oral communication. So Ofelia Ochoa, are you still here? No, I think they were part of Central. Francisca? No. Amelia Lopez? Tina Alacar? Stacy or Stray Dogs? Linda Jason? Linda, come on up. You have 3 minutes to address the issue of stray dogs, I believe.
Okay, good afternoon. Thanks for listening. I know you've been here a long, long time. We need your help with the existing stray dog problem. I'd like to share 3 solutions with your approval. I don't think it's hopeless yet. Times have changed, and for a long time, the city has not been able to pick up, shelter, feed, or water the many abandoned, dumped dogs and lost dogs. More and more strays are roaming our streets, getting pregnant, having puppies on private property, and becoming large packs of dogs. They are also dying. There have been cases of shot stray dogs, burned stray dogs, beat and tortured stray dogs. Many dogs are run over by cars, and of course they do starve. During all this, the city is not addressing the public's part in creating this problem. They are too quiet. Could the city engage in signposting, media advertisement, and news coverage? Could the city intentionally inform and remind the public how wrong it is to abandon, dump, or refuse to care for your dog? The majority of the public is unaware that it is a misdemeanor and carries a fine and possible jail time. Could the city begin doing this public informing as soon as possible? Could we see signs posted wherever these stray dogs are found? The public gets wind of a stray dog, and then they start dumping more, and then it becomes a place where stray dogs are found. You could post them in public parks. You could post them at the shopping centers and post them even at schools. Professional signs announcing no abandoning dogs, misdemeanor, punishable with fines and jail time. One immediate solution has been organic. There are some citizens unable to walk by or ignore a starving dog, a hurt dog, scared dog, a lost dog, or new puppies without doing something. They have taken on the responsibility that should be the city's shelter upon themselves. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Okay. Anyway, these rescuers, these merciful citizens, they are taking these dogs to their homes. They are paying for their food, their shelter, their water. They're getting them spayed on their own dime, and veterinarian bills are being paid for. The city limit for dogs is 4, and so these people are over 4. So would you consider creating a list where these names and addresses of these particular homes that you can vet are definitely housing these stray dogs found on our streets, and could they be exempt from the fines and the things that happen if you have over the dog limit, so that these names could be published as a private dog rescue home? This could help the city. These people are getting these dogs off our streets. And then last, we could have more free spay and neutering. And if you need help getting veterinarians.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming in. That 3 minutes does go by fast. Thank you so much. Next, our next speaker will be Maria Alvarez Garcia. And you'll have 3 minutes. Hi.
Before all of you guys, and I want to direct this to Mr. Dyer. I'm glad he came back.
Our rules require you have to address your comments to me.
I know, but I know that I've been working with Alma Torres. I do want to give her, a big shout out because ever since I've been sending emails, she's been really awesome. But there's only certain things that she can do. The stray problem in Fresno City and Fresno County is really hard right now. I know that most of you don't believe in humane euthanization, so the shelters are closed. They're not accepting any dogs unless they're sick or injured or babies. And that's a big issue that we're having right now. Not everybody, everybody that's against no-kill shelter is not stepping up to foster these dogs. There is a group of us that feed these dogs, that water, that give water to these dogs, that, that take care of these dogs, but we can only do so much. Everything comes out of our pockets, okay? Like Ms. Ms. White said that after, 82 degrees, they sent everybody home. Can you imagine the stray dogs that are out there in the 110 heat when no one gives them water? No, we found so many dead dogs. They've been shot. I've sent you emails of dogs that have been shot. They've been dragged. They've been, purposely run over by people. They've been abandoned. I just sent a case to Alma where they're abandoned. There's no human interaction. Their ears are full of crust because of the fleas, the legs. Nothing is being done. There's no accountability to these people that abandon their dogs when they move out. And I want to know when that's going to change. As long as you guys continue to allow these people to treat animals the way they do, nothing's going to change. There's no accountability. And when are you guys going to say enough is enough? We've been sending you emails, and I do that on my own time because I'm an animal lover. I love animals. But it's just, I don't feel that we're working together. And I know we've been wanting to meet, and you guys are just, I guess, ignoring trying to meet with us. But I think together as a community, we can come out very far in the best interest of these dogs. There's a lot of dogs out there that are suffering the consequences of humans, but the humans are not getting the consequences that they deserve for treating the dogs the way they do. And I think another thing is changing from the dogs being property, because property, your property, these dogs breathe, they feel, they're alive, they need food, they need water to survive, they need shelter. The table and the chair, the carts don't. So I think that's a big step that we need to reconsider of these dogs not being considered property, because that's why people sometimes treat them the way they do, because they say, well, they're my dog, I can do whatever the heck I want with them. And I think that would be a big step for where we can come together and stop this abuse to so many dogs, because the things that we see on daily basis, you will not believe. I wish that one day you guys will walk with us so you guys can see what we're talking about.
Thank you.
See it firsthand.
Yeah. Thank you for your comments and your passion for animals. I can tell you, I think New York State has changed the law, or will change the law regarding dogs being property versus having some rights. I would recommend you write to I know it sounds silly, but write to the state officials. They're the ones that can change the laws when it comes to that. But thank you for saying that. Next, we have Brian Kelly. Thank you for patiently waiting. If you want, you could raise it if it helps the podium.
Does it get raised?
Yes, it can.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Here you go.
My first time here, so I'm a little nervous, so I do apologize. My name is Brian Kelly. I'm here to address serious safety and discrimination and financial misuse at the shelters operated by RH Community Builders and Elevate Shelter Properties. Staff hold required meetings on second floor inaccessible to disabled clients and target wheelchair-bound and disabled clients for searches. They would also give 24 hours to clients who are discharged from the hospital. The program manager, Stephanie Rodriguez, shares confidential grievance details with other clients, causing retaliation. She and lead staff Brittany Suarez have enlisted gang members to intimidate clients, and staff have secretly recorded clients with Ray-Ban camera glasses. The LGBT clients are targeted and harassed. Known assailants are allowed to remain on site. Drug use by both clients and staff is openly permitted, and confidential briefings occur in unlocked office. Resources intended for clients are mismanaged or diverted, while critical safety measures like fire drills and secure facilities are ignored. This shelter is unsafe and discriminatory and a violation of multiple laws. I urge City to investigate immediately and hold them accountable. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Elizabeth Abina. Elizabeth, are you here? Okay. Next, we have Larry Torres.
Greetings, Mayor and honorable council members. I love what you guys are doing with the city, Fresno, and renovating the city. My message comes to you on a more not so positive note. My name is Larry Torres. I'm a citizen of this beautiful city of Fresno. I worked hard many years in the city, including dental technician work. I built tires for Michelin, and I'm over-the-road truck driver. I'm here to bring forward a complaint of improper law enforcement conduct, and if there's any way to investigate and prosecute these people for their careless acts per unnecessary investigation implemented on me in retaliation while defending the honor of my wife and teenage children as a pro-agent delivered sexual slurs to them. A picture of me was broadcasted live on local news announcing an investigation was placed on my person. Since this investigation began 17 years ago, I've endured several attempts on my life by way of respiratory restricting gas, which is what prompted me to come forward to you today. Senator Bill 1223, California Consumer Privacy Act by Senator Josh Becker denotes the use of neurotechnology and has been used on me unlawfully to track me down, particularly to a friend's house where she's a homeowner, where I caught two young-looking men in the front of her house at night trying to hide by bushes, discharging COVID-19 into the atmosphere, saturating a high concentration of COVID onto her home and bushes, while she has a 16-year-old daughter whom is 9 months pregnant. I filed a citizen complaint with John Gliata in the Office of Independent Review, and I have a case number with the Center for Disease Control to stipulate proof of my claim. I'm a great supporter of law and order and personally see Fresno as a quick, thriving city, but I'm forced to bring this issue to you, to the city council. It's been difficult seeking legal counsel to represent me in my misfortune. This investigation has costed me lots of money as a truck driver. My income was up to $15,000 in a 2-month period, is when I was suddenly placed into custody on false charges, which were suddenly dismissed 2 years later. I'm seeking clemency and relief from this investigation as it caused enough hardship, as I still have the duty as a father and grandfather to raise my children. How bold are these folks to approach someone's home while they're there to commit crimes of this magnitude? That's enough. Thanks.
Thank you. That's all your time. Next is Christopher Leal.
I actually wanted to say thank you for whoever organized the cleanup around in the business, around my business in the town area. There's a lot of homeless people, and thank you for that. Appreciate it. So, all right. My name is Christopher Leal, and I am the proud owner of Ambitious Inc., located at Herndon and Blackstone. As a dedicated family man and a leader of my team, I am deeply concerned about the future of our tattoo community in Fresno County. The rapid increase in tattoo shops, over 80-plus shops locations with an average of 4 artists per shop. Now add the cosmetic community trying to tattoo plus home scratchers. That leaves you with over 400 tattoo artists breaking skin, whether trained correctly or not. That has created challenges that's threatened our industry's sustainability, which reaches out to explore solutions that will allow all members of our tattoo community to thrive once again. From 2023 to 2024, our shop experienced a 12% decrease in profits, with an even more significant 32% drop from January to August 14, 2024, compared to the same period of 2025. I believe there are 6 key factors to consider addressing the oversaturation of tattoo shops in Fresno, particularly the ease with which new shops can open without significant regulation. One is decline in quality. Inexperienced artists may produce subpar work, leading to dissatisfied customers and potential health risks. 2, health and safety risks. Poor training can result in improper sterilization practices, increasing the risk of infection and diseases. 3, price undercutting. Excessive competition can drive prices down, potentially. Compromising quality as shops cut corners to stay profitable. 4, reputation damage. A high number of low-quality shops can harm the town's overall tattoo industry reputation, deterring clients from seeking local services. 5, market saturation. Too many shops can lead to business struggles, with shop unable to maintain steady clientele, causing financial instability. And 6, artist turnover. High competition can lead to poor job security, resulting in frequent staff changes to less opportunity for artist development. These factors can collectively affect both the local community's perception of tattoo and the personal opportunities for skilled artists. I understand skepticism about my personal proposal, and I am willing to circulate a petition among local shops to gauge support. To address oversaturation, I suggest requiring a certificate for tattoo shop owners and private studios to ensure quality and professionalism, and capping the number of shops to 60, allowing natural selection to reduce excess without forcing foreclosure. So,
Thank you for your input.
thank you.
Next up, Harman Singh.
Good afternoon, City Council members and respected Mr. Mayor. My name is Harman Singh Dillon, and this is my father, Avtar Singh. He owns the Valero gas station at the corner of Blackstone and McKinley. He's been the proud owner and operator for the past 10 plus years. So we are here today regarding the Blackstone and McKinley grade separation project. So we are currently going through eminent domain. And I've also brought a letter from my attorney, if you would please look at it, if you'll allow it. This business isn't just a livelihood, it's been a part of my family story. And it's been a part of our community for a very long time. In March of this year, 2025, we entered into a settlement negotiations with the city. We reached an agreement that we signed in good faith. The city had confirmed it and agreed that it had been agreed upon, and that it was simply waiting for Fresno Council approval today. Now, after we signed it and we relied on that agreement, the city is attempting to pull back and to renege the settlement. This isn't just a change of plans, it's a breach of trust, it's misinterpretation of the settlement process. We did everything right. We negotiated fairly. We held up our end, and now the city is refusing to uphold theirs. If agreements made in good faith can be discarded, it damages the trust between the city and its residents. So we are here today asking you to honor the settlement that your representatives offered. Show that the city of Fresno can keep its word. Thank you for your time and this opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers today. You can give that to the city clerk.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ms. Des Martinez, you're the last speaker today.
So I got an email the other day on the 11th, and it was about the caper. So I started reading into it, and it's a little concerning because when I read into the HCD, it says something about 30 days, but on your guys' website, it tells us that we only have 15 days to do a survey. But if that wasn't emailed to me, I would have never known. This is how I miss it every single year. I keep on asking every single year, every single time people run for this seat up here, they send out flyers. This is something very important. I think every single district should be sending to the community out there. If it's the community's input that is needed for this caper, then we need to reach out to the community, not just if they sign up to get emails from you guys on newsletters. Not just that way. I mean, if this really means something, we only have 15 days from what you guys are saying. I guarantee you 75% of Fresno doesn't know about it. But you guys are going to receive all this money for what? 4 years, and the action plan for 1 year? Then you have a citizens plan. What is a citizens plan? Like, come on, you guys need to have more availability to the community. You were at my doorstep when you wanted me to vote for you. So please bring stuff to my doorstep when it concerns something like this amount of money coming into Fresno for housing, for everything else that you guys are going to get the money from. So that's what I'm asking for you guys to put it out there a little bit harder, because now we only have 7 days, or what happened? We have 7 days or something like that left. So I think it would be really important for you guys to, I don't know what's going on, but everybody's looking all over the place.
Don't worry about that.
All right, Kabasi, you said just keep eyes right here on me too.
Yeah.
So really seriously, how do you expect the community to be a part of this caper if you're not putting it out on my doorstep? If I didn't sign up for your newsletter just a couple months ago, I would have never got it. So I think it's unfair to the rest of the community. You guys are going to be getting millions and millions of dollars, and that's what you're asking for. So just let the community be a part of it, or you're going to end up like this, where they don't want to come in here and be a part of it because you guys are trying to take property. And this, come on. This is it's getting ugly in Fresno. And we're losing a lot of housing. We're not building enough. I'm sorry. We're behind, 35,000 units in the whole county. So I think we should do a little bit better by notifying the community of what money's coming in here. It's our right to. And I don't think you guys are being fair by just emailing it and giving us 15 days. That's all. Let me see. How much more time do I got? Hold on. Every time I sit down, I might think of something, so I'm just going to stand here. It might come to me. Yeah, definitely look into the shelters. Definitely look into the shelters. There's a lot going on in there. But you guys have heard that. What the gentleman came up here and said, you guys have heard for years. I've been saying it. I think it's time for investigation, not just when they close, but investigation now. And please stop sitting Phil Sky after everybody I bring. Let them at least come up here first. Thank you.
Thank you, Des. You got that? Okay. Anyone else for unscheduled communication? I think you've already spoken. I'm asking if there are any more speakers for unscheduled communication. There are being none. So we are going to adjourn the open session portion of the meeting, and we're going to go to the to closed sessions. City Attorney, would you please read the roster?
Absolutely. Today in closed session, we have item A, conference with labor negotiators, all units listed on the agenda. Item B, consultation with Chief of Police, matters posing a threat to security of public buildings and the security of essential public services. Item C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Herndon Riverside Coalition for Responsible Community Planning versus City of Fresno. Item D, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Josephine DeShalvers versus City of Fresno. Item E, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Robert Chavez Jr. versus City of Fresno. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, City of Fresno versus Building Healthy Communities, and Fresno Building Healthy Communities versus City of Fresno. Item G, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. Item I, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. We will not have any reportable items after closed session.
Thank you for joining us for our meeting today.